All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time we start with the Finnoviti Awards 2022. I hope you all are now more energized, but I know that after lunch we tend to feel a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit lazy, but never mind. We have some very interesting panel discussions and presentations that will literally keep you awake throughout. So everybody, here we begin our second half of our today's event, the Finnoviti Awards 2022. And once again, to welcome you all, I would like to invite on stage our CEO and group publisher of Banking Frontiers magazine and Banking Frontiers Live, one and only Mr. Babu Nair. Okay? I want some energy in the room, please. Yes, please, please, please. Not for us, for all of us. Over to you, sir.
Thanks, Vyoma. So friends, we meet once again. And of course, after lunch, it is always difficult. But then the good part is the audience for Technoviti was different. And that audience for Finnoviti is going to be very, very different. Because we have a lot of financial services folks who are joining in. And many of them have also joined already for lunch here. Since we are a little delayed, we just said we will just go forward with it. We are delayed by about 40 minutes now. I'll not take too much of your time. So it has been a great pleasure for us to do this event since 2012. And from 2013 onwards, our great friends from Deloitte has always been supporting us with this wonderful concept of Finnoviti. If you know, the Finnoviti conclave was started basically to nurture the innovations by the financial services sector. And today, it has really become a real big movement. With so many interesting companies in the financial services sector participating with us, sharing their interesting innovations with us, and most importantly, having innovation-related conversations. These conversations are the one that would make a lot of sense. And I'm really happy to see the way the organizations and the industry is collaborating and working with fintechs, getting into the open economy. We see a lot of focus now on very, very interesting things coming up, right from ESG to governance to sustainability, green energy. These are some of the areas where we have seen a lot of interesting entries, and I'm sure our teams from Deloitte would probably substantiate more on that. But organizations are really charged up. And we can see a lot of movement from the fintechs and the financial services sector where they are collaborating and doing a lot of things. Earlier, the fintech used to be looked upon as a competitor. Today, it is a collaborator, and the organizations are really going forward full-fledged with these innovations. So we are really glad to see the kind of support that each one of you have provided to this Finnoviti for last so many years. I would not like to bore you more with lot more statistics, facts and figures because we have always been talking for some time now. Let us just get into the program for now, and then we will have another longer conversation during the jury meeting or the jury felicitation time where we will share a lot more about the insights. But right now, let us move towards enjoying the wonderful panel discussions and the talks that we have put together in place. Before doing that, I would like to invite Mr. Monish Shah, who is a partner of Deloitte, and he has been standing rock solid like a stone behind Banking Frontiers every time we did Finnoviti, and what a great relationship it has been for the last 11 years that we have been doing this Finnoviti for all this while. Monish, welcome to Finnoviti, and I would request you to kindly share a few words with all of us.
Everybody, let's welcome on stage. Where is my mic? Check. 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 I think yes, sir. So we have on stage Mr. Monish Shah, the partner Deloitte India. Can we please have Ashish here?
Here it is.
Good afternoon, everyone. And a pleasure to be here at the 11th Finnoviti Awards. The theme for this year's event is Innovate to Accelerate. And I would just want to add that it is to value create as well, because at the end of the day, commercialization of innovation is what is going to generate a lot of economic value for all the ecosystem players. So I'd been allotted about close to 20 minutes or so, but I really want to save up on time. So let me just talk about very briefly the process that we followed for this year's event. So we had, if we can move the slide, please. So this year around was probably, the best response that we got for the event. About close to 72 companies participated, and we had about 140 plus entries which came in from them. So on an average, 2 entries per participant is what we got. The breakup was that we had about 24 banks participate in this, which included 8 public sector banks, 10 private sector banks, 3 small finance banks, and 3 payments bank as well. This year we actually had about close to 18 insurance companies participate as well. We had about 7 asset management companies, 15 NBFCs, and other institutions, about 4 of them. So the point is that I think that this award has been getting sort of very wide acceptance as the premier event which tracks innovation in financial services. So again, heartiest congratulations to Babu and team to conceptualize this and establish this event as the premier event per se. From a categories perspective, this year we had close to 56 entries on process innovation, about 40 entries on product and service innovation, about 35 entries on customer experience, and then a few entries around marketing and brand innovation, people innovation, and financial inclusion as well. I think that more importantly, from a themes perspective, we had got a fair bit of innovations on the payment side, and it's good to see that it's been probably, when we started the event, the first innovation entries, a lot of them were actually on the payment side. And it's good to know that even after 10 years, we're seeing a fair degree of innovations coming in from payment categories per se. Not surprisingly, we had a fair bit of entries on the digital transformation and customer experience side as well. And thanks to, the pandemic, I think that has been sort of a big focus areas for a lot of organizations. The good thing was that we've seen a fair bit of entries coming on the ESG side of it. So I think that, over the next few years, we will see a lot of innovation happening on the sustainable finance side of it. And we really look forward to seeing some of this innovation get into mainstream as well. More importantly, I think that what we've seen is that this year we've seen a lot of entries which were not just a proof of concept or a pilot. Most of the entries that we saw actually were, rollouts and large-scale implementations with sort of public acceptance as well. So which means that these innovations were not just in an ideation stage or in a sandbox, they were very much out in the market, making a difference to the customers and obviously the companies themselves. From a process point of view, if we just move the slide, please. We had, started this process a few months back, and every year we invite, entries from the interested companies, a very esteemed panel of juries, and this is the panel which sort of has been helping us over the years. We can see the 11-member jury who had helped us, and the 12th wise man in this was, of course, Babu himself, who helped steer the juries with the entries. So the shortlisting of the 140 plus entries was done at 2 levels. So first we had sort of a technical functional leaders, members of the jury, who came up with a long list of about close to 50 entries. And following that, we had multiple jury discussions, and about 30 of them have been selected. What gives me immense pleasure is actually to witness this over the last 10 years or so. And then if you see on the next slide, this is what I would like to call as the innovation curve or the innovation frontier. And what we've seen is that over the years, Finnoviti has sort of witnessed on how the innovation has been pushing the envelope for the industry over the last decade or so. So as we started in about 2012, the buzzwords were obviously, mobile banking, IMPS, doorstep banking, for example, which is a very novel idea at that point in time, and most of these are now, table stakes. Then we saw the innovation move a bit more towards, cardless services, APM enablement, AI-driven predictive banking. What we've seen in this year's event is that we're seeing a fair bit of action happening around analytics, for example. What is the next best action, or leveraging customer analytics to figure out that how do you hyper-personalize the offering from a customer's perspective. And interestingly, combining financial services with geolocations and coming up with smart city applications, which is not just around payments, but also around digital identity and transactions per se. What we've tried to do is that, what does the next wave or the frontier look like? So what we're seeing today is that there's a fair degree of interest which is happening around new cutting-edge technologies. The Government of India has already announced the intention to launch the central bank digital currency, or the digital rupee. And we believe that this is going to be one big game changer in the next year. So we will see probably a lot of innovations next year coming around the digital rupee as one of the form factor per se. It has got an immense power to change transactions which have got a different payment and a settlement cycle, and it will be possible to have either blockchain based or central based digital currency which will enable atomic transactions. And atomic transactions would mean that it is self-fulfilling, doesn't require any settlement, and obviously if there's no settlement, then there's no need for reconciliation as well. It'll have again immense use in, say, for example, the classical stock exchange kind of situation where the payment and settlement happens after the transaction day, either it is T+1 or T+2. It would happen T+0, and not just T+0, but essentially sort of online as well. So we will see a lot of use cases and innovation coming at the back of digital rupee. I also believe that what we call in India as the demographic dividend, of course, but also the digital dividend will also now give rise to what I'm calling as the data dividend. So what is happening, as you see around the country, is that there's a huge amount of information which is getting created. Now, digital information in the form of, the electricity bills that you're paying, the mobile bills that you're paying, the taxes that you're paying, GST, for example. And very soon we'll figure out that there is an easier way to create an economic identity of a person, and that will be mainstream. So what will happen then is that a lot of use cases, a lot of innovation will happen around the digital identity at the back of it, which will ease the credit decisioning, for example. So I personally believe that the thin filers, which is a huge segment in India, or the credit invisibles will no longer be invisible, because there will be a digital trail. It should be possible to create a credit profile using alternate sources, which will again give rise to an immense amount of innovation and use cases, and obviously open finance as well. We're already seeing in this year's innovation use cases a lot of use cases which leverage open finance per se, and I think that the open banking ecosystem again is going to give rise to a lot of innovation. So at the back of it, what are the key drivers as well? So I think that the pandemic has probably given us good reason to believe that the moments of truth actually matter, and now they matter more. So in today's universe of, you can call it metaverse, right? So the customer response is instantaneous. The power of the customer to really influence, large scale pools of customer segments has never been, this high, and which translates that there is going to be a constant pressure on financial services companies to rejig the operating model, which is more customer centric than it ever was. So that again is going to push the envelope from an innovation perspective. The digital infrastructure, I think that is already great in India, and our payments infrastructure, for example, is probably cutting edge globally, and we are having a much more improved digital infrastructure. And then as it becomes sort of a public utility, we will really see the power of digital to multiply itself. What this also means is that customer friction is going to be one area where a lot of innovation will happen. And in India, all of us are used to having multiple financial services relationships. So all of us will have multiple credit cards, for example, multiple banking relationship, multiple investment advisors, and that is going to continue. So what is going to happen is that we will see that banks themselves will say, rather than looking more, not just at a share of wallet, but also trying to see that hyper-personalize your offering to say that this customer is more valuable to me as a mortgage customer versus a card customer versus a payments customer. And we will see that segmentation happening, and that again, will give rise to a lot of ecosystem partnerships, which again Babu also alluded to, right? That partnership and ecosystem partnerships probably what will beat competition per se. Last bit on that is I believe that the way RBI has been looking at innovation, at regulation per se. I think it is right for all financial services companies and fintechs to, have the cost of compliance factored in as Plan A itself, right? So there is going to be a headwind which will come from the regulator. The power of, customer is always going to be much higher than what it was, and our regulations will be always customer-centric from that perspective, right? So any business plan has to be embedded with a very strong, customer security, customer centricity, customer focus kind of a platform, and even if it does cost more, it's much more worthwhile to go the extra mile than to be on the wrong side of the law in that sense. So we believe that this innovation curve, as Finnoviti has witnessed over the years, and it has sort of become sort of the industry standard, and we are really looking forward to seeing the commercial use of this over the next few years or so. I think we can move to the next slide, and I think just in the interest of time, this was just a broader landscape to say that how partnership models will work versus a bank-owned innovation versus leveraging third party, which is co-branded, to a white label, and then looking at areas which are core to banks, to looking at adjacent areas, to looking at sort of absolutely white space kind of areas. And I've used some global examples over here, but we could populate that very easily with people in this room itself to make it relevant from an India perspective. But maybe the short message over there is that we will see a lot of innovation coming in from an ecosystem perspective, which means that there's no real IP per se in innovation, but it's how you bring together the various elements of innovation together, where you have somebody who is actually, owning the customer, somebody else who actually probably understands the customer, a third person who may necessarily, service the customer, a fourth guy who actually, brings it together and really enjoys the customer loyalty. So we might see white labeling of a lot of this happening. Banks have a risk of saying that they might get white labeled behind an e-commerce company, but banks are pushing back, right? Financial services companies are pushing back, and they actually want to own the customers and actually white label the retail and the e-commerce behind it, right? So it'll be sort of an interesting play, and obviously, players who are able to bring together all the ecosystem play, leveraging innovation are the guys who are going to make a difference from a business model perspective. I think we can just go to the last slide, and just a short summary over there is that one really needs to look at innovation from a perspective that it doesn't necessarily have to be, big shot kind of an innovation, or what we are calling it as, exponential moonshot kind of innovation, right? It could still be a small I, which is basically focusing more on the improvement side of it. Both are equally effective, right? And it's really heartening to see that, we are seeing innovation getting institutional as well, right? So a few years back, we didn't really necessarily have a chief innovation officer. Now there is a designation which has been created. It's his day job to look at the innovation landscape and figure out that, what is out there in the market and how can one stitch together, innovative ideas to create a fabric which they can then take to the market. So I think with this, let me end the session, and really look forward to, we have a great afternoon lined up. And hear the industry experts speak about innovation and their journey, and probably what the future is going to look about. Thank you so much.
Oh, wow. That was indeed an energyful presentations, and I hope you are also a little bit full of energy as we just had lunch, right? Okay, good. I don't know. Maybe we have all the leaders from the BFSI industry and all, everybody. So this is the reason why energy is high. Because in general, otherwise, whenever I host events post-lunch, people are really not this energetic at least. So kudos to all of you. Very well done. I like this, these smiles. Keep it up, please. Okay, everybody, now on that note, next up we have is the fireside chat. Fireside chat on building backbone, next for resilience and recovery. So everyone, now let's welcome on stage for this fireside chat our moderator, MD and CEO, Banking Frontiers, Mr. Babu Nair. Along with him, let's welcome Mr. Vishal Jain, the partner leader, Digital Risk and Crisis and Resilience Partner, Deloitte, India.
Welcome, Vishal.
I would also like to invite Mr. Abdul Sajid Sheikh, the Group Head, Business Continuity Management, Ascent Technology. And now I give it over to Babu sir. Let's begin the fireside chat.
Great. So this is the first session per se of Finnoviti, and we are talking about a wonderful topic, which is resilience next. Okay, what is the kind of resilience and recovery that we are looking for in the financial services sector? So Vishal, you have been consulting in the practice, in the risk practice, resilience practice. There are several approaches to business continuity that we have been seeing. How sustainable is it? And what is the difference between business continuity and sustainability according to you? Or resilience according to you?
No, first of all, thanks Babu for arranging this session and including this topic. Because this topic is something which we have realized, if I just take half a minute going back to say a couple of decades, we have always, in our daily life as an individual, we are always living on the edge. We have a huge risk appetite, whether it's in a personal capacity or a professional as a company capacity. And that's why this agenda or the subject of BCM or DR or resilience has always been more on the reactive side. So God forbid some incident happened and then react. 9/11 happened, 26/11 happened, 26 July happened, and now biggest of all was the COVID. And then COVID changed the entire operating model. So the approach, the way we look at it is that we have seen that the companies have evolved over from a backup DR to emergency response to over a period of business continuity. And then the last 3-4 years, I would say the way threat landscape has changed, whether it's the cyber side, geopolitical side, operating environment, operating model getting changed because of the entire work from home system coming into picture. People have realized that risk is there. So we don't have to be reactive, we have to be proactive. And that's why you see in most of the top 10 risk of the board risk or agenda, we have seen that business continuity is coming as a top 10 risk also. And which is where it's like when the pandemic was ending, people said we have moved from pandemic to endemic, which means we have to live with COVID. We don't have a choice, let's move and have vaccinations and other stuff. The same thing is the subject of resilience. So don't treat it as a reactive stuff that something goes wrong and this is what I will do. You build your entire organization, your processes and everything in a way that you can withstand the risk and the impact. And which is being saying the word resilience, that this is how much resilience, how much I am on this. And the interesting part is, that's why I'm very happy that I have seen that organizations are approaching us as a consultant, and then I've seen that either they're doing on their own or approaching third party or whatever it is, there is a huge amount of, I would say, discussion or internal initiatives which are being taken to address this subject of being resilient. So it is not really getting into a very reactive, but more of a proactive. In terms of another, so in a way they are integrating enterprise risk with the resilience subject.
Okay.
The reason is that if you are identified your risk, you are monitoring your risk after a threshold, converting into a risk indicator to a crisis indicator converting into actual event which happens, you may get some bit of a lead time or a heads up to be better prepared. So that's the entire approach of, and that's why we are using the word resilience rather than calling just a business continuity. The idea is that business will continue, risk will be there, how can we be more resilient? I know it's a long answer, but then I just wanted to touch upon some topic.
That was a good context setting, because it is like, once upon a time everyone will confuse between marketing and sales, okay, or Xerox and photocopy, okay. So that is the same thing that is happening with resilience and business continuity. And today when we are talking about concepts like ESG, okay, these things play a much critical role. Sajid, if I come to you and ask you about how are organizations today, when you are working with them, are they really thinking resilience grounds up, number one? And if they are not, what should they do? And how can you actually build this resilience grounds up?
A very good question. Thanks Babu, for asking that. As Vishal rightly said, that we have evolved in this domain over a period of time. So starting with doing a disaster recovery, to ensuring the data is backed up, to building business continuity, of having a recovery plan in case of disruptions. But what resilience is all about, business continuity was only a part of resilience, and people are using this word interchangeably without understanding the meaning of resilience. Business continuity is part of resilience, but resilience means much more than just business continuity management. So as you said, BCP is resilience by recovery. But when you're trying to be proactive, you need to be resilience by design of it. And by design, I mean that while the business continuity will take care of the impact and reduce the impact, the design part will ensure, or to an extent will mitigate the risk from happening or the disruption from happening. So let me give you a simple example. COVID is a good example, and what we practice here. When you fall sick, take human being as an organization. So when you fall sick, you have medicines to recover. That's your BCP. But then having a healthy lifestyle and ensuring that we do a social distancing and taking care to increase our immunity will make you more resilient and avoid getting COVID. So that is resilience by design. So in terms of operations, what a lot of organizations are doing are building up BCPs but not building up resilience. So to build resilience, they need to make this part when they're designing the process itself. So for example, if you're trying to build an operations in say Mumbai and you're putting 100 people here, and then to have a recovery you're putting 50 seats in some of the other cities to have a recovery site, you're actually investing in 150 seats of business, 100 that you're going to use and 50 for your BCP. But if you divide this team between say Mumbai and Delhi and make 50 here and 50 there, those seats will actually work as BCP for each other and you don't need to invest much more. So having this concept during the design phase itself not only will increase the resilience of the organization, but will actually ensure that the cost stays pretty much the same.
So it is strategically relooking at the same problem and planning solutions strategically so that you mitigate the risks even before it happens.
100%. BCP is a tactical subject and resilience is a strategic subject. So the top leadership has to get involved as part of the strategy and ensure that their normal operations is adaptable enough to cover for any kind of disruptions. You can't think of all the scenarios that is happening, but you can build the capabilities to take care of various elements of your businesses and process to cater to any scenarios.
Interesting. So what are the key elements of resilience which organizations have to basically focus on in the future, according to you?
So, okay, so that's very interesting. So if you ask me the elements of resilience, well, the nuts and bolts remain same. Let me put it this way. It is the right place where you have to tighten it and make it functional. That is important. If I use the way we use it, and allow me to use the Deloitte terminology, what we call it as workforce and workplace. We divide the organization into workforce and workplace, and those elements, then you apply resiliency that works. What is the process related design, resilience by design, as he was referring to. When you go to a workforce, which means the employee resilience part, which means the employee himself is resilient even if something goes wrong. The other aspect on the employee or the people side is the leadership, how are they reacting at the time of an event or a crisis. Now that is very important, and which is where a lot of these boardroom crisis simulation activities which are happening, which are very near to a real time. You obviously cannot create a disaster, but you actually test them that you are aware of your roles and responsibility, even to the extent that it's not question of normal, say, natural or a cyber or technology disaster, even something attacking the brand and reputation. who will speak what, at what time, when you have to communicate, what should be your public presence, to that level of tightness which is required in that. That is the work. So the employee and the workforce has two aspects. One is the general employee and the other the leadership. How you manage the crisis and what you do during the crisis. So the both ways. And that is something which is required to be focused upon. The third component, which is workplace. Now that has become very interesting, especially after COVID. The entire operating model which has changed, and BFSI I am sure not changed much, because I know with due credit and hats off to most of you, because I realized that banks were still operating no matter what lockdown happened, and that you were, I think, among the sectors which were still like a real warrior on the corporate side. So thank you so much for that. The specific, most of the sectors you see the hybrid model came in, the work from home. Now when we used to develop the BCM or the crisis, we used to do a site risk assessment. What are the risks to this site? When you go to a work from home, then this site approach will not work. Then you have to take the team approach, and in fact we were discussing with one of the leading IT companies and we are helping them on this subject, and we realized that they are capturing the current residence location of that each employee. So they are aware that any point of time where is which employee, and they realize that instead of 5 offices in India, they have 300 locations where their employees are working. Now the entire approach of risk assessment has changed, because, and then at the same time, my home environment is not in your control as a company. So that approach is also changed. So the idea here, what I'm trying to, in the interest of time, there's a huge other components. If you take this step-by-step approach, then you identify all the external factors in terms of what threat landscape has changed. Cyber especially has picked up big time in COVID. You see a lot of phishing attack, a lot of these data leakage and other stuff. When you talk about the infrastructure availability part, because your entire work from home, the approach you connect to your business application, the path you take has changed. Earlier I was sitting in an office and you know that is the server room in the corner of that floor where I have to go and access. And then the secure pipe to other location. But now everybody is accessing from outside. So your entire approach and your attack surface has increased. So your resilience from the technology side is increased. And if I touch upon the subject of this, the theme of Finnoviti, with a lot of innovation and dependency, one is that the BFSI sector itself is dependent on the entire sector. You are like a critical infrastructure, if not the tangible one, but you are the critical infrastructure. And the other way is that you are evolving with a lot of innovation, which what Manish was just showing, that different types of stuff which is happening. Now that is, and if you see, all the theme is moving around the digital part, which means my dependency on technology has increased in all these spaces, whether it's a product, services, people, or your accessibility on the operating model. So the resilience focus should now go into the technology side. So it is no more a DR type of stuff, it is a resilient technology also.
Wonderful.
That's the way I will try to
Wonderful.
talk
In
about.
fact, I recollect a discussion with one of our jury members in Technoviti. He says the biggest advisory that we are getting as a advisor to fintechs or to the banks and financial services is risk mitigation while working with fintechs.
Yeah.
Okay, that is one of the most interesting practice which these independent consultants have been getting from various banks and financial institutions.
That's true.
So that works out as a very interesting practice as well. Coming to you, Sajid, we heard a lot of interesting stuff from Vishal. When you work with customers, okay, what approach have you been taking? How are you trying to identify if the companies are going grounds up, or are you doing stopgap arrangement or whatever it is? So how are you trying to make things possible for the organizations to strategically implement resilience?
Okay, another good question. So, Babu, what we have noticed in our experience so far while implementing resilience is, while the technology side is using all the latest technologies and automations to manage the resilience of their subject domain, the businesses to which they are trying to build this resilience for are still relying on manual processes of recovery. So their BCP plans, their BIAs are still done on Excel and Word. Now, the challenge with that is, while the technology is ready to recover, the decision making is actually taking longer because they are referring to manuals and Excel. So while the technology is ready to say, do I have to implement DR and others, the decision from the crisis management takes 1 or 2 hours of assessment before they actually give the go ahead. And imagine a bank being down for 2 more hours of operations, and the cost of automating that is one of the what I would say, the gap in our thinking, which is missing the strategic part of it, that if at the end all this technology is to support businesses and processes, why are they planning their, their BIAs and BCPs manually and not going for automation? The second thing that, what we have observed, what he was talking about as well is, we've evolved, right, as a resilience. We started with DR, as we said, then BCP, crisis management, emergency evacuation. But again, thinking little long term, pandemic, we all thought it only surprised. It actually didn't surprise. One of our clients, we did a pandemic scenario exercise 3 years back. And that client actually hired us because they had a huge, disruption, and because of that, the entire BCM team had to be fired. And the very same organization during pandemic got the best recovery of the year award in Middle East and Africa. So it's not that we can't see. And for example, when you're talking about resilience, I mean, thinking little long term, I think one of the key elements that you will hear people doing very seriously very soon is on environmental resilience, the corporate social responsibilities. Today, for example, we're not taking care of the climate changes, and in the end, what is happening is we are creating more disruption. You see the adverse weathers, the snow, rains, tornadoes, all increasing. Similarly, we are an agriculture-based, country. Economy. The farm sector themselves are exploiting or are, promoting the way of doing agriculture, which is exploiting the agriculture ground, soil. For example, the way we are, using our fertilizers and everything is actually reducing the fertility of the soil that we are using, and we are converting them into sand. So we are killing this very same business that we are actually, want to sustain for a long time. And we have seen businesses being closed because of this exploitation of, natural wealth that we had. And if you just look at the study, by 2035, we will be actually producing 20% less food grains from the very same, agriculture practices that we are doing today. So we will be actually reducing the supply as well. What we advise as Ascent to our clients is to have a sustainable model. Because if your business does not sustain, even the core value of you having a high valuation for your organization will reduce, because over a period of time, the opportunity that you have to do your business will also reduce. And if you do not have a long-term business plans or the opportunity to sustain that business for a long period of time, would automatically reduce the valuation. So all of these will have to be taken, and it has to be now with pandemic, it has to become the core process of each organization to have BCM, resilience, and actually an automation of resilience.
Interesting, very well put. In fact, this is nothing but a kind of an insurance that you are looking in for your business at the end of the day. And with like how you have cyber attacks and you have cyber insurance that has cropped up. Ultimately, all this is building grounds up, and I really like the way Vishal spoke about conducting drills, like the fire department conducts a fire drill. You conduct a resilience drill for the organization to make your business resilient at the end of the day. I just want to end this session with a small advisory from your side on how the organization should look at resilience for the future, especially in financial sector.
Okay, so I've obviously the advisory goes a big one, but then I'll just tell you a small one is that 2-3 things important here. You may have the BCM, because I know there is a lot of regulatory pressure. You must have got those mandate to have cyber resilience plans and other stuff. So maybe you have to relook your business continuity and from the integration with the risk part. So that is one aspect which is important. And if your operating model has also changed, being if you're not bank or insurance or other company, that is one. Second, increase the coverage from just a micro operating environment to a macro level, which means that any other threat landscape or geopolitical crisis can also hit you. So don't restrict yourself only from an operating environment point of view, but you may have to look from a strategic point of view. That's number 2. And number 3 is expand the, as I said, the scope, not limiting. So again, one simple is that you may have a BCM team which will do the work. So don't make it a team specific roles and responsibility, but try to embed that as a part. Everybody has a role to play, which is important. So it is not that one component or part of the organization will make you resilient, but it's the entire organization and employee which will make you resilient. So that awareness and the roles which everybody has to play is very critical, and there is a huge list for that which I cannot take it up now.
I
But
don't
think
want
that
you
is
to
what
share
is-
all your secrets also, otherwise nobody will come to you for taking it.
This is just good knowledge sharing, so not a problem. So that's largely what and the last piece which he was talking about, this I want to really touch upon, whether it's automation or any other solution or whatever you do, a GRC solution, but a follow-up on the biggest challenge on BCM is the sustenance part of it. You do it one-time exercise, spend 6 months, 8 months, 1 year, and then it is like a document somewhere else. That is something which is
Fantastic. So that is the short and crisp session, and I think we could get a lot of information on that, and of course we can always talk more and more about it offline and do it more in the reports that we could come up in the future. Thank you very much, Sajid. Thank you very much, Vishal. Thank you. Thank you. May I request a token of...
Yes, yes. We would like to present the token of thanks to Vishal sir and Abdul Sajid Sheikh sir. Thank you
please.
for speaking on the topic, sir. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again. And thank you, Babu sir, for conducting such a
Thank you.
interesting fireside chat. And everybody, next up, we have another impeccable panel discussion on the topic fast-tracking the adoption of innovations. And we will be talking about what's exactly needed. So for this, I would like to invite first the moderator, partner Deloitte India, Shweta Shetty. Now I'd like to invite all our panelists. Can we please have on stage Chief Innovation Officer, YouGrow Capital, Mr. Subrata Das. Please, everybody, it'll be great if you welcome everyone by a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. And I'd like to invite the CEO and co-founder, LXME and Andhrati-backed fintech, Dr. Jasmine Gupta. Can we now have on stage the co-founder, co-CEO and COO Moneybox, Mr. Mayur Modi. Now let's welcome the Chief Product and Innovation Officer, Protein E-Government Technologies Limited, Bertram D'Souza. Now I'd like to invite the Deputy CTO IDBI Bank, Mr. Ankur Vashne. Welcome, Ankur sir. And last but not the least, let's invite our next panelist, the Director at Sunfire Technologies Private Limited, Mr. Harihar Deshpande. So here we have all our panelists and our moderator. I would really request all of you to sit from like left to right. Moderator ma'am, please have a seat here, and then rest of the speakers can sit besides our moderator. So yeah, after our moderator Shweta, I request Subrata sir to sit, then Dr. Jasmine, then Mr. Mayur, and then Mr. Bertram, Ankur sir, and then Harihar sir. Nice. What a wonderful panel this is. Okay, now I would like to give it over to our moderator. The mics are right there. And once again to tell you all, this panel discussion is on the fast tracking the adoption of innovations, and we'll talk about what all is needed. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Shweta Shetty, partner with Deloitte India. It's been a while since I've been on a live stage, talking to this eminent panel. So I'm really excited about this esteemed panel here today, and most importantly, very excited about the topic itself, fast-tracking the adoption of innovation. So without much delay, I would like to jump into questions, but before that, I'm going to quickly pass on the mic for a quick self-introduction from all of you, but one more request. If each of you could define innovation in a sentence, what innovation means to you, that'll be super. Sir, over to you.
Yeah, good afternoon all. I'm Ankur Vashne, Deputy Chief Technology Officer of IDBI Bank Limited, operational from CBD Belapur office. So for me, innovation is taking risks, chartering the unparalleled roads, or taking risk, exploring the unknowns, and that's it. So when I say risk, it is smart risk. Thank you.
Hello everyone, this is Shubrata Das from Ugro Capital. Thanks for having me here. Thank you, Shweta. We are a SME lending company. We are listed SME lending company, and we are working hard to solve the unsolved credit needs of the SME sector in India. As Chief Innovation Officer, my role entails finding out data-centric solutions for giving credit facilities to customers in all forms and shape, with the smart use of alternate data, ML, AI, and the tools of technology. What innovation means to me, I think understand what the customer needs and then find out a solution without being constrained by existing knowledge.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. My name is Jasmine Gupta. I come from the banking industry, so I've spent some 18 years in HDFC, Kotak and Equitas, and I've launched a couple of neobanks also in the last 2 years, which is NeoX and Frio. Having spent a considerable time in banking industry, I've made my move to fintechs, and I've joined as CEO and co-founder of Lakshmi, which is an Anand Rathi-backed fintech, for creating India's first financial platform for women. So that's a brief introduction. And for me, if I have to describe innovation in just one sentence, I would say when 1 + 1 is not equal to 2, but it is 5, 7, 10, 15, that is innovation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Mayur Modi from Moneybox Finance. I'm the co-founder of Moneybox Finance. We are a listed entity, and we cater to small business loans in the tier 3 and tier 4 cities. So we operate on a hybrid model in these locations. Innovation for me, I think, needs to convert into a very superior product or an user experience. It cannot be incremental, it needs to be very superior, and ultimately it needs to lower the cost of doing business. So that is what I think innovation should lead to ultimately.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. My name is Bertram D'Souza and I'm the Chief Product and Innovation Officer at Protean eGov. Protean eGov is actually the new avatar, and I'll introduce the new name of the company, which was earlier called NSDL eGov, as we pivot and go into new products and new markets. As part of my role, and to answer the second question of what innovation means to me, it's doing a lot of the major shifts to create new business outcomes, which requires a lot of R&D, and you never really know what those experiments will be, and a lot of the small ones as well. So it's not just the big ones, it's a combination of both big and small.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Harihar. I work with a company called Sunfire Technologies. We help enterprises and organizations to basically accelerate their entire application modernization requirements, which means the applications which are developed a few years ago, those are evolved over a period of time, like business models have evolved, consumer consumption patterns have evolved. applications also need to get modernized, and we work with organizations and help them to modernize their apps. Innovation, for me, I think, if I have to put it, is basically challenging the status quo and overcoming the fear of failure, which to me is innovation.
Sure. So I think very, very interesting thoughts on innovation. So let me jump into the first question. The question is that with every innovation comes the challenge of building it in a totally new environment, or dovetailing it into the existing environment that you operate in. What are the pros and cons of each of these models, and if given a choice, what would you prefer? So maybe I'll ask you the question first, Mr. Ankur, for your response.
Thanks, Shweta. So, of course, there are various models in which we can have a new deployment coexist with our existing ecosystem and integrate with seamlessly, right? But it is easier said than done. Generally, what happens is, because of the interface requirements or the cutting edge innovations that are happening now, and on the back of legacy which we are sitting as a various banks or larger corporations. So there is always a challenge of interfacing, because of which, of course, we can write middlewares, we can do converters to basically fill certain gaps. But then the requirements of a on-demand, turn-off, turn-on kind of a model is not always there, because of which reason it is always prudent to have a segregated deployment or a segregated ecosystem for new innovations to be integrated into the brownfield projects which we already have. Having said that, there could be many other use cases also wherein a ground-up modernization could also be a promising endeavor. However, in any migration, there is always a coexistence of an old system and the new system which is coming up. So only after stabilization, which may take anywhere from a couple of quarters to a couple of years, right? So the management can take a call to actually decommission the old line and serve the full traffic from the new line. So it takes some time. That is precisely the reason why we will want to have the new setup segregated from the other or the existing ecosystem till the time we have sufficient confidence that it will gel very well with the existing systems. So of course, any greenfield projects for that matter, we always have a temptation to bring in a lot of transformation all at one shot, but that doesn't happen that ways. What I generally follow is a Mikado principle: change one thing at one time, and the rule of three, which is change three things at a time or in a group of priorities, so that we can have a tangible outcome as well as least disruption to the business continuity, because we have to think of the business as usual functions also. So I submit my point of view with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Das, if I were to come to you as the Chief Innovation Officer, this must be a challenge for you most times. So how do you look at this?
Thank you, Shweta. It's a great question, and of course, all of us can relate to this question pretty much. Of course, what we feel, a straight answer from the heart is we would like to take the new solutions and adopt them in their entirety, because that is really the core essence. many a time, and particularly with technology-led innovation, they do not really come about as an extension of something which is there, but they come about as a totally new thing. And so the impulse reaction is always to adopt that. Of course, there are pros and cons, and of course, taking something up, straight up, that is radical, that has very high impact, but at the same time, that is a high degree of change management. And on the other hand, if we take a stepwise approach or a smaller path, that is the path of a lesser resistance. At the same time, it is slower in terms of progress. Sometimes there's the risk of, let's say, abandonment. I would say it's best understood in the following way. Whenever there's an innovation, in our case and in financial services, many a time it will manifest as an end product for the customer. However, underlying that, there are things that one has to solve. For example, the distribution of the product, the way to underwrite the product if this involves lending to customers, which is the case for Yugro Capital and other NBFCs, and also the fulfillment journey. And each of these three things can become innovation projects of their own, independent of the main product which you're trying to bring to market. And I think the right approach is a combination of these things. I can speak a bit about something that we have done. We are an SME lender, and one of the things that we have always done differently right from the start is we have looked at a SME through the lens of their industries and their sectors. So we are trying to solve a large credit gap. I'm describing a problem statement which we're always trying to solve. We are trying to solve the credit gap of SMEs in India, which contributes to 1/3 of India's GDP, yet largely unpenetrated. Yet the solutions that we have largely, they are in many circumstances one size fits all, and the methods are a mix of largely physical, difficult to scale. In this circumstance, if we have to create a solution where we can have scalable answer to this kind of a problem, how do we go about that? And one of the first things we said that it has to be looked through the sector. So a manufacturer who's supplying to Maruti, and getting one payment in 90 days versus a dentist who's maybe having 20 footfalls in a week, and that's good business, to a retail store in a small tier 3 city whose daily cash flow is really giving us a picture of his situation. All these entities are very different, but yet we are trying to solve and have a method of understanding them and giving them a credit solution. We understood the most efficient way of doing is by using a data tripod of the credit history, the bank statement records, and the GST transaction data. Combine them using MLAI models and have proprietary lending models. This gives rise to three different things. Having this kind of data itself and keeping them and storing them and making them amenable to this kind of work is itself one task. Second task is developing those models, where using these models and developing data is not a standard thing. And the third is deploying these models, creating a customer journey. In our case, we have actually done each of these things. We have, in the first instance, we have taken API integrations for all the data sources. We have had a data storage setup which can accommodate that. Secondly, we have deployed these models. And thirdly, we have also developed, in principle, an ability to give a decision in 60 minutes through a completely digital journey. So this is an example where we have actually taken the first of the solutions, imbibe everything new. But to conclude, I would say that one would take a balanced view in terms of the business context and try to do a mix of both approaches, while the heart will always go for the new solutions.
Sure. Thanks. My next question is that, financial services, the sector itself, we've seen a lot of innovation over the years, and more so in the last 2 years, right? So organizations, financial institutions are reimagining their business models. What was conventional, traditional is no more relevant. There's a lot of innovation happening. How do you, which of these models do you see emerging in the new normal, as we call it? And what do you think is going to be sustainable long term? So maybe I'll start with Mr. Deshpande.
See, to be very open with you, I think the many models which are traditionally never existed, and we suddenly saw them coming in. A very small thing like we've traveled, all of us travel, right? And we saw that we used to go on wait on the toll nakas and pay the money more from cash perspective. And now things have become pretty smooth with the introduction of things like FASTag, where your payment wallets and other things, your bank accounts are all connected. I think models are evolving, and some of these innovation things which are also adding a lot of value to the consumers, and a lot of these demands are also actually getting originated from consumers. A simple thing like ease of making a payment, not carrying the cash, the hassle of carrying the cash and all these things. So I think some of these models are getting originated from the consumer and which are also getting fulfilled from the financial services perspective. So this is one part of it, and the second part of it, things like how do we really fast track these innovations and reach to the places where you have originally never been to. Things like banking, which is now being done in a digital manner, and very less often we're now attending or going physically into any bank. So I think various models which we have not seen earlier are coming up now, and I'm sure a lot of things will keep coming in from the banking perspective. Of course, a lot of co-panelists here who carry huge banking and financial services experience may add more to this.
Thank you, thank you. Mr. D'Souza, if I come to you on the same question, there's a lot happening globally on, areas of open finance, areas of central bank digital currencies and so on. What's your take on how do you see some of these models emerging in India?
Thanks, Shweta. I think looking at global markets, there are some areas where they've actually laid the roads before us. Like if you look at PSD2 and the open banking standards, they've thought of it, they've implemented it in a very different way from what we've started to do in India. But if you look at India in a global context and what we have achieved with the whole digital public infrastructure, and I think looking at India Stack as an example, which I keep giving references to, starting with the paperless, the presence-less, and now the next layer of identity and data. I'm personally very excited to say that both payments, which UPI has helped solve, you look at identity, which is solved with Aadhaar, and now we're going into new methods of giving independent access to your own data using frameworks like the account aggregator. This is very unique, doesn't exist globally, and we're actually setting a very unique, first of its kind trend worldwide. On the back of some of these, I actually see the market opening up for innovation. So if you look at fintechs today, maybe 10 years ago, none of us would have imagined we do our banking transactions from a non-bank app, right? And like what Jasmine spoke about, launching neobanks. Neobanks was not even a term 10 years ago. So what's happened in the last 5 to 10 years? We've had the unbundling of finance in a sense, where innovation doesn't necessarily need to happen within the financial institution. It happens through collaboration, through partnerships, and with some of these digital public goods as well.
Interesting. Mr. Modi, if I come to you, at Moneybox, you must be seeing innovation day in, day out. So what are some of the models, emerging models that you see in the market going forward?
It's interesting. Like, see, when we started off the idea of Moneybox, providing financial services to people living in tier 3, tier 4, where they don't even have access to basic financial services. How do you kind of reach out to them? How do you make sure that they come to you, avail your services, make them aware of the ecosystem that is there for them to be able to kind of avail those services. So I think innovation for different people would mean different things. I think for us it meant that we go to the very basic of innovation. Education is very important. We made sure that they understand what are we offering, some of these services, some of the applications that we wanted them to use to avail some of these services was a challenge. So that is why we kind of adopted a very hybrid model. We said that the pure fintech model is not going to work in our case, we realized that very early in our journey. We thought that the adoption will be very fast, but it's not the case. You see adoption of technology and innovation in tier 1 and tier 2 very fast. The moment you start going beyond tier 2, tier 3, 4, 5, and 6, I think people still struggle with technology a lot, I think. So we made sure that we use very simple interface. It's a very assisted model in a sense. We sit with the customer, we tell them to fill information on our app, giving our application, so that they understand the whole journey and the whole process of availing from some of these services. From there, 3 years now, I think what we are seeing is lot of inquiries, lot of requests are starting to come on their own because of the fact that a small ecosystem is getting created in terms of adoption of technology and services. And now we are trying to kind of bundle more services, more products, because we feel comfortable that they have understood what we are offering and they have understood the basic technology that we wanted them to understand. So I think, again, as I said, it's very, so now for us, from there, now we want to go to some of the other services, investment products, we want to cross-sell some of these products. Now I think their technology and innovation is helping us a lot because we have so many other players whom we want to partner with, the insurance tech, the wealth tech. We are talking about smart gold in the form of savings, where we can offer them every month they can actually save 500 rupees in the form of a gold, and then avail credit services against that whenever they need to, or monetize that asset whenever they want to. So gold based. So we are working on some of the very exciting stuff in terms of very basic products, but yes, for a very different kind of an audience or customer base.
No, I think it's very heartening to see, talking about innovation for tier 3, 4, and the rural territories. But what's even more heartening, Jasmine, coming back to you, is that to talk about more than 50% of, almost 50% of our population, women, you delivering financial services products to them. I think there's a cross, obviously, between the geography and the gender.
So 40% of our customers are women today. So they are the primary borrowers in our case.
Yeah. Right, and I think when we talk of emerging business models, it's we've observed. So globally, also we've observed that newer models are coming up. And so we have seen some countries where they've actually given licenses to digital-only banks. We have seen licenses only for neobanks. I think India, we don't know how the journey is, but we have actually started with the 75 digital banking units that's been announced in the budget, and now that RBI has also allowed the banks to start with. I think it's the journey in the right direction for creating the best possible business model. And for banks as well to survive in this industry, which is, now there are very few boundaries between fintechs and banks, and I think it's going to get, going forward, it's going to get blurred much more. So we've also seen newer emerging business models of challenger banks, banks within banks, fintechs within banks also coming up. So I think these are the emerging business models which will change the entire ecosystem next 5 years down the line is what we envisage.
Very interesting. Okay, maybe I'll move on to the third question. The success of innovation is always looked at in terms of customer stickiness, customer experience, top-line growth. But all of this somewhere is dependent on the underlying infrastructure. The infrastructure, while it plays the back-end role, how do you think preempting some of the infrastructure challenges will really drive innovation? So if I start with you, Mr. Deshpande.
Yeah, I think a good infrastructure at the bottom will certainly define the overall success of innovation at a layer which is going to be built over on top of it. But I think from an infrastructure perspective, if we look at building resilient, available, secure, and most importantly, scalable infrastructure, which is elastic in nature. And when I say elastic in nature, we would experience both scale up as well as scale down. And these kind of robust infrastructure at the bottom are the ones which I am sure are going to contribute big time in terms of the success of any innovation. While having said that, it's also very important from keeping in mind the data sovereignty and other aspects which also come in, especially from a regulated industry like financial services, where how do you really collaborate, keeping your cost low and remain more operational excellence, bringing operational excellence in picture, build hybrid and hybrid cloud of an environment, which from an infrastructure perspective is definitely going to be one of the pivot in the innovation.
Sure. No, thank you. Mr. Ankur, if I come to you with your scale in terms of both the customer base and the complexity of the organization, how do you tackle infrastructure challenges, and how do you, keep yourself up to date on that?
Thanks for that. So when we think about infrastructure as a service, although notion-wise it's quite jazzy, the matter of fact remains that infrastructure is one of the overlooked or ignored aspect of any innovation or business function today. So when we talk about the larger organizations, so not talking about the SME kind of startups or companies which have natively grown onto cloud. I'm talking about the companies which have lived for 50 years or 100 years of existence or even more. They have a mindset. Now, when you say about the elasticity that Harihar just pointed out, it takes humongous effort to convince the organization to take a decision of moving some workload onto a something which is available with inherent elasticity as a tenet, as an important tenet of the infrastructure backbone. It takes humongous effort. Nonetheless, organizations have realized the importance of building in infrastructure resilience in last 5, 6 years or 7 years, especially in last 2 years because of the pandemic, wherein the footfalls were decreasing. If I talk about the banks, the branches were almost shut down. They were, even if they were functional, they were very thin presence of customers, very remote presence of customers. Despite of the fact that banking is one of the essential services without which the mankind cannot function, right? Because there is an exchange element for any service which is being delivered or which is being consumed. So the exchange element is money. So when there's a money, there's a bank or any financial institution which comes into play. So in last 2 to 3 years, we have realized that infrastructure readiness is paramount. And because of which reason, a consortium of member banks, I think 13 or 16 in number, they have submitted a paper to RBI recently to break the jinx of how to move to cloud, even if for that matter it is moving to a public cloud, some of the non-critical workloads, or maybe having a checklist of do's and don'ts which will help the banks to migrate to cloud. Now, moving to private cloud or moving to public cloud is still a dream for many of the banks, but nonetheless, almost all the banks have their private cloud, on-prem private clouds basically, which kind of offers some capabilities of a pure, dynamic, elastic in nature, hyperscale cloud, which is there with several of the public cloud providers. The cost of provisioning a virtual machine is not only measured by the underlying resources, but actually the timeliness with which it is delivered or commissioned. Now, whenever we want to do some experiment or a prototype, there's always a question of where to get the required resources from, because most of the fintech companies, they are built on OpenStack, which doesn't gel very well with the existing infrastructure or the ecosystem of especially the banks, which are governed by several regulatory and compliance aspects, right? And that brings me back to the first question of the coexistence of the brownfield and the greenfield projects, which becomes even more paramount in slightly older organizations like the banks or the insurance companies which are there. Although I think almost all of them have realized the necessity of infrastructure to be relooked at as a technology, as an investment which will give a huge return on investment, because at any given point in time we have to be ready for 10x kind of a growth, which may happen because of any unprecedented events like Corona happened 2-3 years back. So it gave us a lesson that at any given point in time we had to be ready with our infrastructure capabilities on a war footing basis.
Sure. Thank you so much. And taking your point ahead in terms of, balancing what you have with, innovation, my next question is that innovation has no precedence per se. I mean, most of the times doesn't have a precedence, doesn't have a defined ROI, which essentially means that the support in the initial days is tough. How, as organizations or, individuals, have you dealt with this challenge of innovation? Maybe Mr. D'Souza, if I can.
Thanks, Shweta. So at Protean, we do it very interestingly. We have two different teams that look at innovation. One is the team that I run, which is more product and innovation, where we look at new innovations from a business model, from an ROI, from a market opportunity perspective. So if there's something new that we would like to get into, I think it's fair to put a time frame around it and to go about that innovation in a very measured manner. So not just being all out, or at the same time not taking risks which are unnecessary at a very early age, looking at some of the assumptions you made and evolving as you move along. I think that's been one area which we have done relatively well. And the thought process over there is any new product that you build always has the customer element to it. When you create this new product from scratch, you build it assuming it will work. But when you take it to market, the market says something else to you. So you need to keep turning it around. At some point, you may realize this product doesn't make sense at all and change it or shut it down. So I think that's something which needs to be done very brutally in any organization. It's necessary to build. The second innovation lever that I mentioned about is more on the technology side. Today, if you look at emerging tech and you look at some of the new use cases out there, they aren't matured enough to really put a number or an ROI around it. So are we going to not do any innovation on blockchain? Are we not going to touch crypto? Are we not going to look at AI, ML in experimental dimensions? I think the answer is no. And I think that's where there needs to be a little longer term view on such innovations that happen without really measuring it only from an ROI lens. And I think looking at, again, coming back to my previous point that I spoke about on the account aggregator framework, for example, the amount of data that it's bringing into the lending ecosystem today and you have new contributors to it every month. So you have banks who have predominantly been there so far. Now you have SEBI who has said we will join hands. You have insurance companies, soon you will have telecoms, and we'll probably even have billers. So imagine the amount of data which can be shared with a potential lender in a consented manner, which can then be used to create a much sharper profile and a persona of an individual. For me, that's true innovation, at its maximum potential. And I would love to see a lot of fintechs and financial service firms actually make the most use of both the AA framework as well as the new ONDC framework, which has been talked about significantly recently. ONDC will also allow companies battling for customer engagement to build commerce journeys in their own apps. Commerce doesn't need to happen in an Amazon or Flipkart anymore. It can now get decentralized or unbundled. And again, that opens up opportunities both for banks to bring customers back into their digital apps, or for fintechs who do other services today on a consumer-facing app and actually create an engagement layer, which is not just throwing cash back. It can be differentiated on experience. So that's my 2 bits.
Sure, thanks. Mr. Deshpande, if you can add on to this question.
Yeah, I think Mr. D'Souza covered it quite well, and has also shared a few very exciting things. But I want to add just 2 cents to it. I think it's a question that every organization, every individual, and people who are responsible for driving the growth, driving the innovation need to, sort of answer this to themselves. Do we want to stop here at any point in time, or do we want to continue our journey? I think one very important point is that you talked about is ROI. The way I look at it individually, of course, is it's not always that you go back in the history and try and find ways and means to, establish an ROI. You could also probably look at the aspects such as the cost of opportunity lost for not innovation, by not doing innovation, could also give you enough motivation and enough data points so as to, prove that, yes, innovation is required. What one can do for that matter is start small. Create sandbox kind of a environment. Do pilot in a very miniature model. And of course, like Mr. D'Souza said, the feedback has to be continuous. The transformation has to be continuous. So as you learn, as you create new framework, as you do new collaborative engagements, there's a lot of feedback, there's a lot of learning that you get. And this is how I'm sure your small sandbox environment can evolve and then probably become a bigger, more established, and more successful innovation going forward.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think I'll come to the last question for today's panel. Today businesses are all about, simplifying, your operations. It's about collaborating, a lot of collaborations between traditional players, non-traditional players, challenger banks, so on and so forth. How are your organizations tackling this? How are you trying to make it simple, efficient for your people? And I'd like to actually add another question here, is that innovation is also about falling, about failures, about challenges. It's not all hunky-dory all the time. So what is your mantra to yourself and your teams to really keep innovating despite the challenges? So, Mr. Das, if I can ask you this one.
Sure. Thanks, Rita. On the first one, I think, how do we go about that? I would say there are largely 2 things that we try to do. One is make it a part of the design. So whenever we say innovation or we do something where we are trying to create a new thing and solve a large problem, it's always a part of the design which sits at the heart of the business model. That is essential. And the second thing would be to really take everyone along and explain to everyone how it affects each one of us. When we are taking a product to customer, there are multiple teams who are working. They are led by or incentivized individually through their own careers and everything. And when innovation becomes successful, all of them are successful. So I think I would say these 2 things. One, keep it at the heart of the design, and 2, explain to everyone what it means to them. and drive it cross-functionally. The second part of the question, sorry, can you say the second?
It's about simplifying.
Yeah, and how do you deal with the failures?
Yeah, how do you deal with failures?
I would say that we assess very carefully whether the failure is because the original thinking and the premise was wrong. If that is the case, then one has to go back to the drawing board. But if the design was right, but we did not get the desired result for a little execution lapse for various reasons, then there's absolutely enough reason to keep trying. So I think the second situation is what we encountered the most, and that is how we look at it.
Interesting. Jasmine, Dr. Jasmine, if I come to you, what is your mantra of, not having failures impact your innovation spirit?
So I can be the last one to end it up, sure. So I think when we talk of innovation, there's one great book called Inside the Box, which is by Jacob Goldenberg. I definitely recommend it to all. And that's where he says that for innovations, you don't need to look far. You find solutions to problem statements within the ecosystem. And that's what we observe and see in the financial ecosystem as well. And when you were talking of simplifying and collaborating, I think there are enough and more use cases and enough and more solutions that collaborations can definitely bring to the table. So when we talk of banks, what do banks bring to the table? They have strong systems, strong processes, they have compliance, regulation. And what do fintechs, for example, bring to the table? They have agility, speed to market, nimble-footedness. So I think when a collaboration happens, it's a win-win for all the players in the industry. And I think the need of the hour is innovative, ecosystem-based solutions. The important thing to note here is that one size doesn't fit all. And hence, we need to have solutions which are very target segment specific. And we have so many opportunities. Like for example, we need solutions for MSMEs. We need solutions for factory workers, for blue-collar workers, for gig workers, for salaried, for women. I think there's a whole lot of ecosystems, fishermen as an ecosystem. Their financial needs, their requirements are very different from what another segment would require. So I think the need of the hour is to build unique solutions for these ecosystems, and that's where the entire ecosystem chips in. I've seen a lot of cases where banks now start their own fintech accelerators so that they can, from the very beginning, tie up with a lot of startups. What do the startups get? They get access to the bank's API sandbox, they get access to the technology support, they get marketing and compliance support, which helps banks and startups co-create, collaborate, and then take the product to the market. I think those are the innovative approaches towards going to market, and that's what we look forward to more in the industry. And I think as a regulator, RBI is also doing a lot. We have seen a lot of innovative initiatives coming from the Reserve Bank Innovation Hub. The latest one being this Vanari Tech Sprint. A lot of players came together, thought about newer ideas, created prototypes, MVPs, and now they are scaling up on products which are going to change financial inclusion for women. So I think many more such initiatives coming up from the regulator, from NPCI. I think NPCI has done some fantastic innovations, UPI with ONDC coming up. I think the innovations in India, the India Stack, the JAM framework, what we have in the ecosystem actually supports innovation that can be done, and there is immense possibilities for banks and fintechs to innovate. Thank you so much.
Thank you. With that, we close the panel. Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you, Jasmine. It was, I had a lot of fun. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, all our speakers, panelists, and a moderator for conducting such an insightful and impactful panel discussion. I'd like to request Manoj sir to kindly present the token of thanks to all our panelists and our moderator. So we'll start with our moderator, Shweta Shetty. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so very much. Then let's present this to our next presenter, Ankur Vashne, sir. Now, we would like to say thanks to Subrata Das, sir. Thank you very much, Dr. Jasmine Gupta. It was wonderful hearing your thoughts. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayur Modi. Thank you, Harihar Deshpande, sir. Thank you. I request all our speakers and the moderator to kindly get together for a photo. Everybody, please, round of applause, for we really had a very insightful panel discussion. Thank you once again, everybody. Now we move on to our next important presentation, which is on modernization journey of bank, smart work flow-led digital transformation. And this presentation is by Mr. Akash Desai, the Solution Consulting Lead, ServiceNow, and Mr. Surajit Chakraborty, Partner, BFSI Practice, Instav Technologies. Everybody, please welcome our presenter, Akash Desai and Surajit Chakraborty, for this next one.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. Am I audible? Hi. So Akash and I would be presenting, and I think we were just listening to some of the discussions through the morning, and I think a few themes kind of emerged. And what we wanted to do was stitch it together as part of the bank modernization. What does it look like from a finance perspective? So overall, when we looked at the whole galaxy, there are a few themes which kind of emerge from a banking modernization journey perspective. First of all, it's a continuous journey. It doesn't start and stop at any time. Most banks and most financial institutes have gone through a life cycle to get to a few levels of maturity. Predominantly, you can look at the problems as really an integration or a stack inventory. A lot of the banks, a lot of the institutes don't know what exists in the organization to be able to actually pull together a stitched story which will actually take them towards the digitization and modernization. That's the first stack. How does it impact? It actually translates to less client satisfaction, unintegrated siloed environments, which actually creates the challenges for anything. And lo and behold, what happens is the problem gets much worse as you kind of progress together, bring in more systems, modernize more components, do mergers, acquisitions, do partnerships. We heard a lot of partnerships happening between banks and fintechs and other organizations. So that's where actually you start paying the price for it. And this is really where some tough decisions need to be made at a lot of times, which is to look at what systems you have, decide and take a decisive call in terms of what to retain and what to retire. And retire doesn't mean you throw it down the door. You bring in something else which is going to gradually take over and continue a journey to the transformation of the promised land that you're leading towards. The second part is, it's really a simple mantra, which is automate everything. Because the days are gone where you could actually do a process where it's a manual process, where you actually hand over documents and spreadsheets and notes and emails to kind of chain together an end-to-end experience for a client. It's all about automation. Comes in two flavors. One is the IT automation, which is where most automation journeys start. You start with your IT infrastructure, you start putting patches, you start putting monitoring in place. And the first thing you say is, okay, I'm fully automated, my IT is fully automated. However, when you look at a bank is not an IT. That's an enabling organization for the business at hand, which is your client experience, which is the core business. That's where your in-house back office, procurement, vendor management, many of the other things start coming in. And that's where you decide and start looking at, like, it's difficult to chain things together to get to a point where you can actually start looking at faster client delivery, because that's the business need of the hour. And it needs to be able to morph together as you transform. So two parts, IT automation as well as the process automation, which is actually a lot of the digital experience that you can draw. The third part is once you've done the first and the second part and you can start looking at better client experience is really the monitoring part of it. One of the things the CIOs and certainly the bankers dread is a system going down. Gone are the days of here are the banking hours. A transaction can happen any time of the day, across any platform, across any country. So a lost opportunity, all it takes is like a snapped connection or a delayed. And that's where basically a lot of these tools and techniques and the magic of workflow comes in, where you're monitoring end to end from point A to point B, every single transaction, and build a predictive model around that. And that is actually the foundation of getting into what we call the AI ops, setting up the analytics, and doing some predictive. So you move your business from a reactive mode to a proactive mode, which will result in a better client experience. So having said that, these three challenges, we wanted to kind of look at some use cases, and these are real use cases that we have used with ServiceNow to build together some of these solutions for banks. The first one is actually a large bank. It was an integration and a stack inventory problem along with the process automation. And what they did was, again, they started out with the IT asset obsolescence, what we call, there are out of sync stack of products, operating system, database, application, blah, blah, blah. And then you start bringing the supply chain, the vendor management part of it, because every bank deals with it. And you've got plenty of vendors. Every day you add a new vendor, you blacklist a couple of vendors, so that's a dynamic process. Then you start coming into the case management, and case management starts hitting the back end where your employees, and mind you, these are the knowledge workers in a bank. So once you've automated or you've put the IT infrastructure, you're dealing with the knowledge workers. So they need the right information at the right time, the right context. So how do you kind of build that in? And then everything reports back into the risk management and how do you actually mitigate that before the risk actually happens so that you can track it. And that really becomes the dashboard part of it. So how do you deliver a unified employee experience for a bank? This is the problem that this organization tried to solve. And mind you, these are different business units, right from the IT to the operations side of it. And they used the ServiceNow platform, various modules, to chain it together to actually cut down a lot of their repetitious work and reduce errors. Another use case, and this is a classic one, where IT automation is really the theme, where you're trying to automate a lot of things, monitoring, and then really set the foundation for, as I said, the AI ops portion of it. Starts being across multiple servers. Pretty soon you realize you have hundreds, thousands of servers. How do you monitor each and every component of thereof? Integration, and then simplest things like patch management. How do you automate that? Because remember, even for a planned outage for a bank, it's about taking down the servers, doing the patch management, making sure that you've patched every single server correctly, reporting it back to the regulators and getting your compliance reports and saying that now I am live. Now that's time consuming and you can't afford to take that. And then play that out for a global bank where literally if you're operating across multiple time zones, your window of opportunity is about a couple of hours on a Saturday night. So then it's almost like a necessity, not a luxury anymore. And then coordinating with the multiple application owners, each of them are vertical units. So these are the kinds of things that kind of this bank did to automate this whole process. And then the compliance and the governance oversight thereof, which is the reporting part of it. And with this, they have been able to set up the platform for AI ops and being more predictive in nature. So I just wanted to call out a couple of use cases where it plays out, where the journey starts, and there's a journey that's going to continue, but you've got the platform in place to be able to scale from where you started, right? And this is where tools like ServiceNow comes in really handy, and my co-speaker is going to talk us through that. Taking a step back, I represent InstaV, one of the young, energetic startups. We are a valued partner of ServiceNow. Between us, we bring in industry experience from banks and the financial organizations. Of course, I myself come from a technology background in the last few years in a multinational bank. And then what we are doing with ServiceNow is using some of the cutting-edge workflow solutions, not the mundane stuff, which has been time-tested for a while, but how do we kind of accelerate the journey? Very importantly, we are partners with ServiceNow as one of the premium support partners. So with that in mind, Akash, let me invite you and hand you over the mic, and then we can talk through together. Thank you.
Thanks, Surajit. Am I loud enough, or do I need to speak a bit more louder? Everybody is awake, or do I need to speak a bit louder? All right. Okay. Thanks, Surajit. Just a bit of a correction. When it's ServiceNow, it's not a tool. We are a platform, and we are a platform organization. Just a bit of a background about ServiceNow. Fred Leddy, who started off ServiceNow in 2004, basically his ambition was to, again, put application on the cloud for the customers to consume. But he was very clear, it's not going to be an application, it's going to be a platform. The difference is, when you say an application, it's bound by set features and functionalities. It can only do so much. It's very targeted to do a particular function. But the moment I provide a platform to my customers, I'm giving the freedom to the customers to build any workflow, any application that they want, in addition to the out-of-the-box solutions that are already present on the platform. So that's a huge, I would say, approach change that ServiceNow introduced into the market. And almost 18 years since then, we are the market leaders when it comes to the workflow. 80% of the Fortune 500 companies today in the world use ServiceNow. We pride in calling ourselves the platform of the platform company. So with this, what we do in the FSI space, workflows actually cut across the industry, be it BFSI, be it NBFC, be it telco, be it manufacturing, or any industry. Workflows are heart of all the organizations and the operations. Workflows basically determine how well your customers are going to get serviced. Workflows are going to determine how well your employees are going to be able to do their job. Workflows are going to determine how consistent the stats for every function that you execute are going to be. So workflows today are core to all the organizations. Traditionally now, this is something that we have now landed up with. It was not designed this way, but today we have manual processes. Banking as an industry is I would say, one of the very matured industries that we have today. And people have made investments in technology in past 20, 25 years. And they made decisions what was best at that point in time. So there's nothing wrong in the decisions they took. Okay, we want an enterprise service bus to integrate all the applications. We want to implement XYZ technology for CRM, ABCD technology for core banking. Fine. But what has happened over a period of time is we have landed up with a lot of siloed islands of technologies. And where processes, workflows cut across all these siloed systems, that's where the problem happens, because the handoffs are all manual. It's again through email or phone call and manual chasing, right? And that's where the TAT drops, processes are manual, and these disconnected systems basically lead to lack of visibility. So if I'm executing a workflow, do I have all the information upfront on the pane for me to take a decision? The answer today is no, right? I have to log in into multiple systems to access certain information. Lack of visibility exists, and as a result, a lot of times you are non-compliant. We overrule certain regulations and we do things manually. Again, that leads to risk. There is no way to capture that in real time, how my processes are getting executed and whether it is posing any risk to my banking operations. That visibility today does not exist. And all in all, leads to poor experience for the employees, poor experience for your customers. So how do we come out of this, right? What should the future of banking look like? Okay, we have invested in what we have invested, but now how do we go from here? Am I going to do a big bang? Am I going to throw away everything and overnight build a monolithic system where everything gets executed? That's never going to happen. It's just not practically possible. So I need to rely more and more on automation. I need to introduce a platform which will tie up all these systems and provide a single system of engagement for my employees, for my vendors, partners, and my customers. A seamless experience. In backend, the platform can tie with all the existing systems of records that I have, the CRM system or the core banking system, or you name it, or for employees, your HR systems. It ties up in the backend, right, and provides a single system of engagement to the users. And that's where you can do a lot of automation. That's where you can capture a lot of information related to compliance. That's where you can actually start monitoring your risk as well. So that's a paradigm shift on way the banks are now going to execute their workflows. Let's talk about the different functions, right, in the bank. IT is one of the most critical, I would say, function today in any organization, because it's the technology enabler, is the business enabler. Today, without IT, banks just cannot dream of functioning, right? I need to introduce automation as much as possible in IT. The employee experience, how do I better my employee experience? Today, you use, on an average, 8 to 9 mobile applications. If you go by the Gartner study, on an average, every citizen in the world, on an average, uses 8 to 9 applications heavily on the mobile phone. They are now used to consumer grade experience. But when it comes to working in your office, working on a certain workflow, a procurement process, or let's say a loan origination process, is it so seamless? Does it give you that consumer grade experience? The answer today is no. How do we enhance the employee experience and make it very seamless and fast and click-based, right? How can I give the same experience to the customer rather than making the customer log in into 10 different portals for different requests? Can I bring them onto a common platform, increase the NPS? Can I give the visibility to the customer? Today, let's say my payment transaction is not going through, I call up the bank, I have no visibility what the problem actually in the back end is and when it's going to get resolved. We just get a regret message saying that today, right now the systems are down, people are working on it and it will come up. But can I extend the visibility that, okay, for this reason the systems are down, the ETA for this is 2 hours. That will be a much better answer to the customer rather than customer waiting, okay, when it's going to come up. Today I don't have that visibility. I cannot extend that visibility today. Operations, again, seamless workflows, robotic process automations, OCRs, all this is now becoming critical part of the operations. And risk and compliance is of course extremely important. RBI is our regulator, SEBI. Risk and compliance, you cannot look the other way when it comes to adhering to risk and compliance. So is risk and compliance embedded in all the workflows? That is again a very critical thing. It cannot be sitting separate and then somebody doing a audit post facto on this. Risk and compliance has to be embedded into the workflow. So the platform that we talk about, when I say the single platform that ties all these functions together, has to have all these capabilities. That's where ServiceNow platform comes in. You can still have the omni-channel experience. In fact, you can better it for your customers, for your employees. They can come in through web, through IVR, walk in into a branch or a portal, and then you have all the different workflows in the organization, in the banking. Your employee workflows, your customer workflows, IT workflows, technology workflows, risk and compliance workflows. And at the heart is your Now platform. So Now platform is basically your core platform where you execute all your internal as well as customer facing workflows. And ServiceNow has built very specific solutions for banking. We have created very specific data models, what we call as the common services data model for banking. So operations like payment operations, credit card operations, loan operations, all those workflows can be readily ported onto this platform. And in backend, the platform integrates with all your existing system of records. So be it your loan system, be it your core banking system, your CRM system, or your HR system for employee workflows, the platform integrates with all of this. So what do the employees get? They get a single system of engagement. As a bank employee, I walk into, I go for my job, I start my work day, I just have to engage with a single system. I don't have to log in into 10 different systems. So that's the platform capability that is extended for the users as well as the customers. Moving on. What all this finally does, when I bring my IT workflows, my banking, my employee workflows, customer workflows onto a common platform, effectively what am I doing? What does it mean for the bank? Conceptually, technologically, it sounds great that, okay, I have a single system of engagement, employees don't have to log in into 10 different systems, everything is fine. What does it mean for the bank? For the bank, for the first time, they get to have connected operations. When I say connected operations, for the first time, they can connect the front office, the mid office, and the back office together. Today, let's take a scenario, customer walks up into a branch, logs in a complaint, the complaint is registered in a different system, the back-end collaboration happens on a different system to resolve that particular case. It traverses through 10 different functions. The follow-up and interaction, all of that is on email and phone calls. The end user, the customer still does not have any visibility what's happening to the case that he registered, the complaint that he logged in, right? With the connected operations for the first time, all those pain points are taken away. You have a single seamless system to execute the entire workflow. So a customer walks into the branch, logs in a complaint, the case is generated, in backend the operation teams collaborate on the same platform. So whenever the customer talks to his point of contact, he is always updated on what's going on with his case, because the system provides him the information then and there. And while all these workflows are getting executed, of course the adherence to risk and compliance is also visible to the CISO, to the Office of Compliance. They can see on the risk dashboard which processes have been executed with compliance, without compliance, where are the compliance leaks, the controls, the evidence, everything can be tracked while this is all happening. So for the first time with the ServiceNow platform, the banks can have connected experience, connecting your front office, mid office, and your back office, bringing them onto a common platform, which does not exist today, unfortunately. So that's the reason today we have more than 900 banks globally relying on ServiceNow for all these workflows, for IT workflows, for customer workflows, technology workflows. They are using ServiceNow. You name any top bank today across the globe, they are using ServiceNow. And this journey has happened not overnight. It's a learning of past 7 to 8 years. And that's how we have come up with very specific industry vertical solution for banks, with very specific data models designed for bank to provide the seamless workflow experience across all the different personas. So with that, I will sum up how as ServiceNow we make the front office, back office, middle office as one team for the banks. Thank you for your attendance. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much. And I don't know why none of you have any questions. Do you have any questions for this presentation? Yeah? Okay. Maybe they'll ask later. Yes, please feel free to ask them the questions, whatever you have. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, so this was all about the modernization journey of banks, the smart workflow-led digital transformation. Thank you once again, Mr. Akash Desai and Mr. Surajit Chakraborty. All right, moving on to the next one. The next presentation that we have is about integrations and automations to build a strong cyber security ecosystem in financial services. And this presentation is by Mr. Hitesh Raul, the Enterprise Account Manager, Sophos. Everybody please welcome on stage Mr. Hitesh Raul. And just in case you have any questions about any of the presentations, you can right there ask the presenters. Yes, please feel free. You know, when things are both ways, everybody enjoys it, right? So yeah, please. Over to you, Mr. Hitesh.
Yeah, hello everyone. Am I audible? Nice and clear? Okay. So good afternoon everyone. So today I'm going to speak on the topic integrations and automations to build a strong cybersecurity ecosystem in financial services. So I'll assure you one thing, the only lengthy part of the presentation is this title. Rest presentation is pretty short and sweet. So what are we going to cover in this presentation is we are going to have a look at the challenges the banking and financial segment face today. And then we'll have a quick look on the different solutions Sophos has and how we can help to cater such challenges. We'll have a quick look on how the modern infrastructure looks like and why there is a need of automation and integration in today's ecosystem. And then how Sophos can help you to build a strong cybersecurity ecosystem with the help of the integration, intelligence and automation. So let us start by understanding some of the challenges in financial agencies today. So the first part of it is data, right? So data is everywhere. It could be on the user computer, it could be on the mobile phones, it could be on the virtual machines, it could be on the cloud, it could be everywhere. So protecting this data is one of the bigger concerns, one challenges which has to be catered. The other part is the securing the multi-cloud environments. So we all know that this pandemic has really accelerated the growth of digital transformation. So we have seen the organizations move from on-premises solutions onto the cloud solutions, something on the Azure, something on the Amazon, something on the Google Cloud, on the containers, on the virtual platforms, and so on and so forth. So protecting such environments and having a complete visibility on this infra is something that is a challenge majority of the organization faces today. And then inside threat, this is something that we already know, because it is very important to know who is doing what into your network, to have certain compliances and policies checked for that users within the organizations. And 0 days, advanced malware. This is the biggest challenge of all the industries today. What we have seen today is majority of the organizations do not care about how many millions of signatures a vendor gives. It could be 1 million, 10 million, 100 million signatures, which are being seen in other organizations. But what matters is one signature or one malware, which are specifically designed and crafted for your organization to exfiltrate the data out of your organization. So giving a protection against such 0-day or an advanced malware is the bigger challenges. Skilled resources, this is something that all of us face. The customers, the vendors, the partners, everywhere the story is pretty same, wherein hiring a skilled resources and retaining them is a major challenge. And the last part is the data sovereignty. Now, this is specifically for the financial segments, because financial segments have been governed by a lot of policies from RBIs, from SEBIs, and from other compliance companies as well, where they have to ensure that their data does not cross a geographical boundary, and they have a complete control over the data. So let us see, before we move forward into the solution part of it, let us have a very quick look on the Sophos solution portfolio. So the ones who are not aware of what Sophos is, we are into a cybersecurity space for more than 35 years now, and what we do is we provide end-to-end cybersecurity. Now when I mean end-to-end cybersecurity, this starts from the end-to-end protection, where we provide next generation antivirus for the users, which has a blend of both signature and signature-less for known as well as for unknown attacks. Right? And then in case if the users, where most of the case this is true, uses the corporate data on his mobile phones, we provide them with the mobile device management solutions and the device encryption. In case if the remote user's laptops get stolen, you have to ensure that data does not get into some wrong hands. That is where we encrypt the complete drive. So even if it goes to some wrong hand, he would not be able to have a look at any of the data. And then this is also extended to the server protection. So does not matter what operating system your servers are running. It could be Windows, it could be Linux, it could be on the containers, does not matter. Does not matter where the servers are located, could be on premises, could be on the virtual, could be on the cloud, could be anywhere. So we provide a complete security for the servers as well. And then we all are aware of one of the major carrier of the threats of the malware is an email. Right? So the user just gets an email, he gets an attachment, he opens an attachment, he clicks on the link, and that's it. That is all he has to do. So we also provide with the email solution, security solution, wherein we, as a OEM, we validate the link before a user clicks on that. We ensure that the user gets a clean email. We also ensure to protect the data, the content of the data, ensuring that nothing wrong goes outside your organization with the help of a DLP policies. At the same time, we can also encrypt an email, a business critical email specifically related to finance or maybe a project plans or maybe a statement of balance. So we encrypt those data as well, and then we go a step forward in educating the customer onto understanding how to differentiate between a legitimate email and a non-legitimate email by providing with a phish threat simulation solution. We can also protect your network with the help of the next generation firewalls in the data centers, and this can be extended to the branches as well, where we have solutions which works on a zero-touch provisioning. So the only thing you have to do is plug in the devices, the users get secured altogether. And the wireless devices as well for an access point. And then when we talk about multi-cloud environment, right? So in case if you have resources hosted on multiple clouds, We give you a complete visibility on that. What traffic is going in, what traffic is coming out, are your policies
IT, City Union Bank Limited. Now let's welcome our next panelist, Shivangi Kamath, Head Process, Tata AIG General Insurance. Now let's welcome the CTO IDBI Bank, Mr. Padma Bhushan Bahadure. I request everybody who's not in the hall right now, please be here. This one is going to be really amazing one. So do not miss this panel discussion. Now let's welcome our next panelist, CRO Reliance Nippon Life Insurance, Mr. Sundar Krishnan. Let's welcome our next speaker panelist, Sony A, the CIO, South Indian Bank. And last but not the least, let's welcome on stage, Sekhar S, CIO, Karur Vysya Bank. What a powerful panel this one is, and I'm sure it's going to be a very impactful panel discussion. I'd like to now give it over to our moderator, Sir KV Karthik. Over to you, sir.
Am I audible? Thank you. Please have.
And just repeating once again, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Yes?
Where is Mr. Sundar Krishnan? Yeah, Mr. Sundar Krishnan.
Can we have Mr. Sundar Krishnan? Can somebody help us bring? We can start the conversation,
yeah, we'll start.
Sir.
Well, sure. Thank you. Okay, so I just been advised probably we are running behind schedule, so I'll keep my introductions to the minimum. I'm just a partner with Deloitte, and I'll ask the participants to give a brief introduction before we start.
I'm Shekhar, GMIT and CIO of Karur Vysya Bank with 32 years of industry experience.
Good evening, I'm Sony, I'm the CIO and Head of Digital at South Indian Bank.
Hello everyone, I'm Venkata Subramanian, DGMIT from City Union Bank.
Good evening everyone, I head the Process Design and Architect, Process Excellence Group for Tata AIG.
Thank you. Okay. I'm fine. Okay, have a seat. So, Sundar, I think usually you don't need introduction, but if we can give a brief one.
I'm Sundar Krishnan, Chief Risk Officer, Reliance Nippon Life Insurance.
Thanks.
Take care of risk management, compliance, CISO, which is information security, and various other functions. Thanks.
Thank you. So the way we're planning to do that is for the next probably 20-25 minutes, we'll have a few questions which we'll discuss. And if the audience have any questions, please raise your hand. We'll be happy to interact with you all and have the eminent panelists provide their point of view on that. So while we start off, in fact, since afternoon we had quite a few discussions, especially talking about the recent pandemic and the way of doing business. A lot of things have changed. A lot of financial institutions, especially as somebody said in the previous session, that they have been one of the warriors in that, because you have been open for business most of the time, right? So having said that, what we, on our experience also, what we have seen is that the way you did business has changed quite a bit, right? In terms of using new technology, new tools, digital technology, and the way you actually, either it's acquisition of customer or how you provide different channels for them to undertake transactions has undergone a sea change. But the bigger question that comes is, and that's a challenge which everybody faces from compliance to the business side, is it's a catch-22 situation. You can either create a Fort Knox where you put in so many controls that no risk is there, but then it poses a lot of inconvenience to the customer. So how do you actually deal with this paradox? If somebody can start, Mr. Venkatacharya, if you can.
Yeah, actually, it's a very difficult situation for the bankers, to meet the security aspects as well as the needs of the customer. So when you put a lot of measures, it gives the customers, angry, a situation where, they get annoyed when we do a lot of validations in the back end. So there is a challenge for the banks as well, whether it is, you introduce any kind of technology, still, there is a, room for breaking that at any point of time.
Sure.
So this is a real challenge for the financial institution, especially in the payment ecosystem, where, a lot of, attacks are being faced by banks today.
Sure. So, Mr. Shekhar, you have any thoughts?
In fact, Mr. Hitesh just now concluded saying that we can't bring a knife when we are before a gunfight.
Correct.
And especially on a bank, on transactions, when online transactions are happening, we can't stop the transaction, but we should protect the customer also. Yeah. That's the challenge. That's the biggest challenge that we have to face. Prevent the attack, prevent the fraud, such frauds or attacks that are happening. So the technology is improving, and to prevent or mitigate the risk on the technology, we have to again bring technology only there. That's the point here.
Correct. So interesting you mentioned that, Mr. Soni, if I can come to you and then to Shivani as well. You made, bringing a knife to a gunfight, but it's actually a cat and mouse game, right? So you put in controls, somebody will find new ways to break in those controls and probably commit a new fraud or something. And given the new technology and what you have introduced, what our experience also says is many of them are new. The risk of this technology may not necessarily be very well known implementing that technology. So how have you faced those challenges, and is that knife enough for that gunfight for you?
I think if you really look at the payment space, which is where most of the innovations have happened in the last few years, even before the COVID hit us, I think in India we were spoiled for choice in terms of payments, whether it is UPI, NFC payments, the entire spectrum of payments and the form factors were already there. During COVID, what really picked up was that both from the issuance side and from the acquiring side, tremendous amount of uptake happened automatically, and it's a no-brainer there. What happened there is that while many of us were ready with the technologies, the users who were coming to that game were completely new. And even though many of us already had fraud-based, rule engines, etc., which were primarily rule-based, we all moved into the adaptive mode of, identifying risk, etc. And that's where this new profiling of customers started to pose a challenge, because we were seeing a lot of customers who were coming in first time to digital, which meant that whatever personas that we had already identified for frauds, that had to be redone, and redone at a pace which was frantic. So this was one of the problems. Second is to nudge the customers to understand that there is always a balance between even though it's a conundrum, but security and convenience has to be balanced. And whichever way we go, there is obviously going to be a set of people who are going to be dissatisfied. So I don't think it's more of a technology challenge today, especially in a highly regulated industry like banking. I think RBI has been very careful to introduce all prescriptive measures. The problem is the gullibleness that customers bring on board, which has to be matched by the banks, because at the end of the day, as many of you would know, even if a customer loses money as a part of a fraud, unless I am able to prove that the customer is at fault, which is a very tricky game because he's a customer, there is a relationship, he's entitled to receiving a compensation if he reports within 3 days.
Yeah.
So the onus of identifying a fraudulent or unauthorized transactions is on the bank, and it has to be a combination of both technology and nudging the customers to have awareness on security.
So you're right. It reminds me of what my professor used to say, right? Nothing is foolproof because fools are really ingenious, they say. So what's been the experience from the insurance side, if I can ask? We have heard from the banking side.
So it's the same. We also have similar digital transformation that's happening in the insurance industry. And I think almost all companies have got into this bandwagon. And so the digital transactions have grown a lot. And so we get complaints from gullible personnel saying that I was told that, no, this is a surrender of an insurance policy. I wanted to surrender, I wanted money. And actually, he sacrificed all his money to a fraudster, a telecaller, who gave him accounts, and the money has gone into that. And the realization strikes the customer late. Of course, the customer was aged, didn't think that there is a fraud played on the customer. But it's the money lost, 15 crores. So under the presumption that he is getting the policy surrendered. So you have patterns like that coming up. How do you tackle this new pattern? Now, when I did a research on or review on what are the new controls that I could come up with, especially Wi-Fi, home access, remote access, we came up with at least 40-50 minimum checks, additional checks that need to be performed. So that's the chase that you do in order to ensure that your customers are safe, policyholder money is safe. So there is a process also that needs to be looked at. It's not just the tools, it's not the systems, processes, systems, awareness, all needs to be people, process and technology. All needs to be chased and surveyed and reviewed and quickly transformed.
Fair point.
Which is the requirement of the day.
Yeah. And Shivani, what's been your experience?
So I come basically with a lot of these technologies, and my experience when I encounter or come across new age technologies being implemented, the first thing that I consider or question is how is the overall design of it looking at? Okay, because a lot of us want to just implement technologies, have new things on board or in practice, but sometimes in this rush of implementing something which is more tech driven, we forget the basics. So my experience is we have a setup. What we do or what we implement is we take care of the design part holistically from end to end, right? And then again we evaluate if that technology is actually going to serve my end purpose. The other thing good that is important, I feel, as a process architect or a designer is why do we have to do a risk analysis once the solution is implemented? Why not do it pre-hand? So it also tells you what are the kind of risks that you're going to envisage if you have that particular solution on board. And are we as a company or are we as a function ready to have a mitigation plan around it? And that helps. So while there will always be a scope of unknown risk every time, but 80% of the time, the data-driven or the fraud data that has happened or studying that data numbers or the trend will always give you a possibility or an analysis of what kind of frauds can come up. So like West, now I see that a lot of the fraud team or the excellence team will also have data science or data analytics playing a very important role, apart from just a very typical technology implementation role.
That's interesting. But from what I hear is that everybody has come to a realization that frauds or other risks are here to stay, right? So we have to live with it, right? Is it then the normal fraud risk management framework which people talk about is prevent, detect and respond, right? Is that still applicable given the new cyber and what do you call as cyber risks that are emerging? Because what we believe, we did a survey as well, and what we had seen is that yes, you need to prevent as much cyber attacks that is possible, but you cannot prevent all of it from happening. So your system need to be resilient enough so that even if it comes under attack, you should be able to bounce back and return to normalcy in a quick span of time. So when we look at these kind of response mechanism, how has your response mechanisms or your framework or your target operating model within the institutions changed? Shekhar?
Thanks to RBI, primarily we have a cybersecurity framework already defined. So we have to fall in line to ensure the compliance of that. That addresses about majority of the issues, number one. And number two, beyond that, we need to conduct a regular health checkups internally or an ethical hacking setup to ensure that our systems are in good place or in sound. It's healthy. Only then we can go to the customer to assure the customer that the systems are good enough to do transactions better. In beyond all this, frauds keeps happening. Then we need to understand there are two things that we need to do. One is the traditional model of a postmortem work cannot work anymore. Of course, that is required to understand the pattern, how it goes through all that. But still, immediate actions are required in this regard to ensure that we are safeguarding the customer's data. Not only customer's data, the financials. So how do we handle it? The pattern of the transactions will always have to be monitored on real time, and wherever if we feel there are suspicious transaction, then we need to throw more and more challenges to the it could be a genuine transaction also, but we need to, in the interest of the customer's data protection, we need to throw more and more challenges to the transaction so that the authentication is much more perfect, so that the frauds can be highly prevented, but we can't rule out. It is a learning exercise. Beyond all that, I strongly feel customer awareness is the key here. We need to educate, train our customers to do transactions effectively, so that if they identify, or even if they suspect anything, immediately they should react to the bank.
Sure. If I can come from the insurance side, what has been from your side, Shivani, and then Sundar? Yeah, please.
Same. Awareness is a problem. I think we need to tackle that. And of course, more importantly, sometimes you may have to go into faster mode, especially in digital transformation. The project is on and they've thrust. So there is no time to implement prevent controls. Then you'll have to quickly get into the mitigation and detection mode, and then think of prevention later. So you might have a rising list of budgets and for tools and checklists, but you'll have to catch up with the budget problem because it's unbudgeted. And so you would have to get it done quickly, saying that this is a risk, this is a reputation risk. And I think the moment the businessmen see a reputation risk and a problem, then they do invest. They go out of budget also, especially cyber security. So it's a catch up there. So yes, you're right. So that has changed. The prevention then comes later, but then quickly we do mitigation and detection. And that's the important change that has happened in this transformation piece. But we'll have to still think of prevention. You can't just ignore that.
Yeah, that's always that's always better, right? Yeah.
By the time you catch up, things will change again. So
correct.
You'll have to hurry up there.
Yeah.
So Karthik, to be honest, when it comes to risk or fraud, I think a hybrid way of working works best. One, your system controls, because while there is a technology in place, not all controls or all frauds, they happen because they know how to surpass the system. So in such cases, it becomes very difficult to have a system in place to fight a system. It needs a manual intervention, it needs a detection, what we call as. And that's where I feel that, experts or, the tech guys, you have a robust process which you are aware of, where, the person will tell you that there are certain manual controls, kind of risk that will be taken care. One would be a known risk, calculative risk. Okay. The other is to mitigate those risks. You may just not always have a solution. You may also have, you would be required for a manual enabler there.
I'd just like to add a small point to what Sundar was mentioning and what Karthik was alluding to. I mean, in terms of the layers of prevention, detection, and maybe transfer and so on and so forth, and avoidance. But I think typically the problems of the past have not gone anywhere. I mean, we are still looking at confidentiality, integrity and availability being maintained intact. The only thing that as bankers, and Sundar made this point, that at times when you're on a mission mode, you probably may have to loosen the strings in one of those layers. But the key thing that we all discuss internally is to, always remember the Swiss cheese example, where you don't ensure that all the holes are aligned, because then we are done. So I think that's the kind of, dynamic reassessment of risk that all of us are now doing almost on a daily basis, to be very honest.
Okay.
Just want to add here. See, when we look at 10, 20 years back, when we look at the implementation of core banking, we just look at the business aspects, whether the functionality is met, whether the system is, meeting my business. All those, are focused. But now it's a time, where we need to look at the system, the cyber aspect as well. The security by design is something that we have to look at now, whether it is meeting the standards and it is meeting my the cyber attack.
Correct.
How resilient it is, especially when banks are moving towards cloud. There are a lot of vulnerabilities and risk where we need to factor.
That's interesting. While we go ahead, is there any questions till now from the audience which they want to ask? Anybody? Okay, fine. If I can ask from the banking side, then again come to insurance, which are the top 3 risks you have seen emerge, which are probably new risks that you have seen in the last 3 years, or probably last 2 years more importantly?
More and more sophisticated targeted attacks.
If you can.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
More and more sophisticated and targeted attacks are there. Patterns are new. It is not as
you can give an example.
For example, you will feel that an attack is happening from Delhi or Allahabad, but actually the attack might be happening from a different country altogether. And they are all, I said targeted, which means it is timely, precision-made attacks are happening at a time already specified by the attackers, number one. And the second problem is the exploitation of the landscape of systems that are there. As a bank, every bank will have hundreds of applications with thousands of servers running, and even a small loophole anywhere in the entire landscape that can be exploited easily by which we ourselves as a user we may not be aware fully. But a targeted attack can do that. And number 3 is this can all be prevented only by a disciplined approach on this, on properly analyzing our the health check of our systems, and the immediate mitigation plans that we do for taking up these risks into for resolutions, appropriate resolutions. That is highly required. That is not a technology alone cannot help. Behind this, the risk management team has to work. Especially the operation risk, they have to work with us jointly to handle this very effectively.
Sure. Soni?
As I was mentioning earlier, I mean, in terms of availability of systems and information, that's one of the most critical aspects that all of us are, very keen to maintain. And any disruption to any of the services is definitely bound to bring in a lot of negative flag and monetary losses for the bank. The second aspect, as Shekhar was mentioning, in terms of state actors coming in, the scale of the attacks, the entry barriers for attackers being low, these are all, increasing manifold in the last few years, especially post-COVID, because of the kind of new equations that have been created. So for a financial organization, it is extremely important that we are very aware of these kind of attacks, be prepared, be resilient, and at the same time, we also understand that from a business, there is a huge amount of disruption that is happening. So all of us, maybe if you ask us, maybe 5 years back, our data centers were our perimeters for the security point of view. Today, the perimeters are extended across the globe. because we are partnering with a lot of fintech companies, with large companies. This is the second aspect that is bringing in a new dimension of risk. And the last part is that, again, as banks, we were all keenly, worried about financial frauds, and probably data as a source of fraud and as a reason for fraud was probably not as increased as it is today. Today we have not only we should be wary not only about financial frauds, but we are also very, very worried about the data that we hold from the customers. So the attacks are happening on both fronts, and we have to be smart enough to be playing catch up, if not prevent it.
That's a fair point. Shivani?
From insurance side, while identity fraud still continues, okay, and there are different ways, KYC, video KYC, which is still mitigating those frauds to a level. We still see that there is a gap there. The other that I feel is, and I'm talking specifically about general insurance, because a lot of business has happened or done through brokers. Ghost broking is something that I have seen, come up, where because all the insurers want to adapt to digital technologies and have their onboarding processes which are completely digital. That is one fraud that I have seen where you've been ghosted as a broker, and then you sell those policies to a set of 100, 200 people, and then suddenly the money is taken and gone. So ghost broking is something that has come up, or I've seen, and obviously there are ways to mitigate those as well. But these two, are the new ones. While identity, fraud still continues, ghost broking is something that I see.
Sure. Yeah.
I think you asked for 3, so
yeah, I'm waiting for a couple of more.
Yeah. So one is the ransomware attack that's gone up. I think even banks are facing that in a big way. So what the hackers have done is they've known vulnerabilities across, and then they slowly intrude the system and then take over the data, and then of course you're blackmailed for a ransom. And I've seen that a lot now in terms of intrusion attacks. That's one. This happens of course because of data theft. The data is again getting stored in the dark web, and we need to do reviews now. We do that. That is one, and then of course what she said is identity theft.
Yeah.
Identities are falsified and attack is perpetrated. And so you have a problem there because the fraudster knows the attack. And the other problem is the data loss. Data gets lost also in the new scenario because of multiple process handouts, multiple players being involved. You might have taken care of your sphere, but what happens to the data that's being handed off to the vendor, vendor's vendor, vendor's vendor's vendor?
Yeah.
Subcontracts that happen. Sure. There we lose the outsourcing checks that we perpetrate on the company. So these are the 3.
Yeah, this is interesting that frauds. You all mentioned some new risk, but then I have probably a fundamental question. Okay, so you spoke about identity theft, we spoke about new digital channels. Is it that because of the introduction of new digital technology, and or in probably an identity theft case, you have an Aadhaar which is supposed to be very robust for verification? Why do we still have that issue? Is it that because we have introduced some new digital technology without integrating your back-end systems and processes? Yeah. Or is it something else which I don't know?
Also the opportunity. The opportunity for a hacker or a fraudster to use a wrong identity and perpetrate a fraud in the new world, the digital world, is much more.
Okay.
And of course, there are problems at the financial players end or intermediaries or customers. Having said that, these problems are always there. But the opportunity that hacker now gets by perpetrating identity and then ensuring that he is able to manage the SMS, and even the mobile gets hacked. And so the bank sends a message to the mobile, but the mobile message goes to the hacker and not to the customer. That he has blocked.
No, I understand that. So I mean, if he has gone to so much pain, probably he deserves some part of that, right? But is there a fundamental breakdown in our processes? One is, yes, there is a lot of information which is available in many places.
So systemically, I think we need to integrate data identity. No doubt you said Aadhaar is there. Aadhaar is a very important criteria, but it's not mandatory legally.
Yeah, it is not.
One. Two, we just did the analysis on the data collected from the industry. Still, Aadhaar is not made inroads into the customer base. I'm talking about 60 million customers or 70 million customers. And still, Aadhaar is less, the content. So, it's not made inroads. We still have people have 5, 6 Aadhaar cards or 4 cards. The integration that backend that the players need to do, the service provider needs to do, is still an issue. We have fundamental systemic issues that are there, and it's going to continue at least for some months or years till we plug all these. And so now an hacker would use that because the processes are changed. There's a lot more digital process now. You don't need to be manual. You don't need to come to the bank branch. You don't need to go to the insurance bank. You can sit somewhere and then perpetrate a fraud. That opportunity has gone up also.
Okay.
Apart from the problems that we have.
Sure. Yeah.
So Karthik, I feel that while you rightly said, processes, and that's typically my experience also talks about this. One, initially, so all these risks and frauds, I think, also were present when technology was not present. I think it's more of, when we have explored, the consumers of, the known of the unknowns, correct? Advertisements, social media, you're talking about the product, the benefits. We've made them more aware of, what products we have, okay, to what risk we have. So I feel that those kind of risk always existed, and it was just not always a technology-driven risk. That's one. The second part is when you spoke about processes, you rightly said, currently, most of the business processes are working in silos. They've never come, hardly that we see that, they fall under a one value chain, an end-to-end mapping, or, a process is seen holistically right from a customer onboarding to a claims in insurance. So, and then, documenting the risk which is involved in each of those journeys. So that is still lacking. And this obviously gives a, a reason or a trigger that while our processes are in silos, our risks are also in silos.
Yeah.
So we've never considered all the risk under one umbrella, looked at those risks or have a mitigation plan, like I rightly said in the start. And if you see, if you compare that to the West culture, they will always have a process person or a risk person as one of the team members first, even before the CEO joins the company.
Sure.
And that's precisely the reason that, they know how important it is to have, a right process which is complete.
An integrated view of risk, if I can say.
Complete value chain of the process, with a known risk, unknown risk calculated, and, then having the other members on board. So that's...
From your side?
See, you asked a very valid question. When such digital technologies more and more is brought, or our backend systems are not ready or equipped. It is not so. Backend systems are being upgraded to in tune with the digital systems. The challenge remains is what do we do with this digital technologies? Using the digital technologies, we bring in the products and services to be used by the customer's footprint. It could be a customer's mobile or a customer's web interface, or whatever that your laptop or anything. Is that protected? How can I ensure that? That is the difficult challenge here. He referred about a ransom attack. Ransom attack can widely happen only from that level. If that attack happens, can that spread to a banking system? That we have protection mechanism to do that. But of course, that is why I said in the initial phase, customer awareness is very, very important. Doing a banking transaction over a mobile or on a laptop or a desktop for his businesses, they have to treat that very carefully and critically, and it cannot be mingled with any other multiple apps in the system. That is the challenge. So awareness is the key here.
Okay. Please.
The point that we have to remember is that you were asking, is it a problem or a lacuna in the process? It may not essentially be a lacuna in a process or a particular part of a process. For example, today in banking, with the help of the regulator, there are umpteen number of digital options through which you can onboard a customer. So the onboarding part probably would be done in a very religious manner, maybe a combination of digital, pure digital or whatever, or in a hybrid manner. But do you leave the whole process at that stage, or do you move to the next stage where, is this account indeed a money mule account? Because there are a lot of money mule cases also coming up, right? So you have done the first part of the story right, but then the second part and the third part and the fourth part are all potential candidates for things going wrong. So it is a constant process, because at the end of the day, a fraudster needs to just get one time lucky or right, and we have to be 100 times lucky. 100 times correct. So that's a new paradigm. We have to work with it, I think.
Yeah. Anything?
Yeah, as I said before, the olden, implementation of core banking or the core systems rather were implemented without looking at from the security point of view. Of course, there is a lot of scope for integrating those as well, as you mentioned. Apart from that, banks are in a hurry to satisfy their customers. So if bank A is giving something, then there's a pressure on bank B and bank C. So obviously, they look at implementing rather than focusing on the loopholes or the vulnerabilities.
Yeah, enough testing and robustness of that implementation. I understand that. I have one last question for everybody, but I just want to ask the audience if they have anything to ask the panelists. Any specific questions? Okay. Then probably one last question. Since you have seen so many frauds, you must have also investigated and found a lot of the culprits. So do you have a profile of people whom you believe, when you look at it, could be a profile of a fraudster kind of thing?
I'll take this question.
Yes.
I said the fraudsters are not traditional, they are not using any traditional models anymore. I said the attacks are sophisticated. So there are no human faces required even for such attacks or frauds to happen. It can be an instigated, software aimed, propelled systems also that can inject or attack can happen from anywhere in the world. So only the pattern is important, not the personality there, whoever is doing the fraudster.
So in short, you're saying, I'm sitting here, I could also be one of them, right? You'll never know.
I will not know who is that. But my intent is to protect this, not to identifying a fraudster now is beyond the control, sir, because these are all cross borders. Anywhere in the world it can happen, and the time and energy that we need to spend to identify the person is very, very high. So we need to only protect our systems and safeguard ourselves.
Sure. Anything?
Yeah. So it is an interesting perspective, so it's not, I wouldn't ignore it completely. I totally agree with the fact that digital identification has delimited the personality identification. But we do try and see profile employees, customers in personalities. We look at, again, risk-oriented customers. Hey, this customer, be careful, he's going to walk into the branch. And deal with him carefully. It could be even from a legal perspective. The customer might file a legal suit on you. So we have to be careful. How do you handle the customer? So yes, there is some kind of profiling that happens of all. And it is important. It's not that it's not important, but it's getting difficult in the digital identity world.
Correct.
And the fact that the person will not be known at all. It will be somewhere in the world perpetrating a fraud through somebody who's innocent. So that factor has delimited that, but having said that, you can still profile fraudsters. You could look at transaction patterns, one, background, two, three, in terms of behavioral aspects also. What kind of behavior that person perpetrates in the office or in the transaction or wherever the person reaches. So there are many aspects like that which you could use and profile the customers into high risk, medium risk, low risk, and we use that even for anti-money laundering.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
Yeah, and try and see what kind of occupation the person is and
Correct.
things like that. So,
So, Shivani, if I can ask you, in the last 2 years, have you seen any innovative way of actually dealing with fraud risk management using technology or any other method?
So innovation, it's an abuse to me, honestly, because innovation could be doing something as simple as doing a small task, but doing it in a different way, which can be replicable, correct? So I would talk from an insurance point. When it comes to fraud or risk, I think right from the time the customer is onboarded, there are different roles that each of the function may play. For example, an underwriter, when he underwrites the particular case, he will have a set of his own parameters that he would want to evaluate the customer on. Correct? That's also one way of mitigating a risk of fraud, because that's one trigger that you come to know, about the profile of the customer. Once probably is on board, then there's a financial way of underwriting, that particular customer. The other is the claims. Claims again is a very important, function in insurance, because they also act as the exit toll gatekeepers. Yeah. So if the customer has onboarded with an intention of any form of, a fraud mindset, I think a robust stop gate, which is the claims processing. Okay, that also plays a very important role. So, if you'll ask me, in my experience, there's not just one innovation or one improvement that I have seen, but I have seen those at in silos at different functions.
Sure.
So,
Sure. Interesting. One last question to Mr. Soni Venkatachanam. Who is more prone to fraud when you use digital technology? Is it the older generation, newer generation? What kind of issues are they facing?
So in my view, it is both actually. You can't have a definition like only the younger generation or the older generation can be put into a fraud. So it is more about the awareness, more about the intention of their making the transactions when they do it online, whether they are consciously doing it without compromising their own data. So there are a lot of factors into it, and most of the cases recently we came across are, the older generation especially, they share the devices with their own family members. Finally, they come to know that the fraud has happened within the family, but they report it to the bank. So these are some of the aspects, without knowingly, within the family, the frauds are happening.
Sure. Soni, last words to you.
Yeah, I mean, I think the problems are slightly different on both ends. The elderly folks, as all of us know, they've never been digitally native. They've learned things digitally, and at some point, obviously, they're very gullible, and they choose to remain outside the digital ecosystem, which makes it all the more difficult for anyone to really reach out and tell them about the challenges that they could face. Whereas on the younger end of the spectrum, the problem is more that there is a little bit of pampering that has happened in the form of rewards, cashbacks, etc., which is making them quite abrasive in terms of jumping into the next thing that comes their way. And that's the other type of problem that we are facing on that front. There is a little bit of carelessness about security being important, etc., because they've come up with that culture being digitally native. So two set of problems that we'll have to solve.
That's interesting. So what we heard is that, I mean, the last 2 years you have seen a lot of new risks, new challenges in what you have been, in the way you are doing business, which has probably added new risks, and we are still looking at how we deal with it. We have found ways and means to deal with it, but at the end of the day, you cannot eliminate risk, right? And given the financial service industry, it's risk is in the business, right? So you cannot eliminate it completely. So thank you all for a very interesting discussion. If there's any last question, happy to take, or we will probably close the discussion here. Thank you. Thank you.
Panelists, kindly stay back. Yeah, please stay back. I request you, sir. Sir, please come back on the stage. I request Manoj, sir, to please present the token of thanks to our panelists and our moderator, starting with Sekhar S. Sir. CIO, Karur Vysya Bank. Thank you very much, sir. Next up, we are thanking Mr. Sony A, the CIO, South Indian Bank. Thank you very much, sir. Now, thanks to Mr. Venkat Subramanian V, the DGM IT, City Union Bank Limited. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Shivangi ma'am. You are here with us since morning, and thank you for being the part of all our important sessions. And thank you, Mr. Sundar Krishnan, the CRO, Reliance Nippon Life Insurance. And last but not the least, a big thanks to our moderator for conducting such an insightful panel discussion, Mr. KV Karthik, the partner, Deloitte India. Yes, let's have a group photo. Let's have a round of applause for all our panelists. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Manoj sir, for doing the honors. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, brace yourself, for it's time for our much awaited panel discussion. I'm sure you all are waiting for this, like I'm doing. Now let's start this panel discussion, and I would like to tell you this panel discussion will be on reimagining businesses with innovations and collaborations. I'm very happy to share this. This panel is really very powerful again. And now to start this panel discussion, firstly I'd like to invite on stage our moderator for this panel discussion, the Group Editor, Banking Frontiers, Mr. Manoj Agarwal. Now let's welcome on stage our first panelist, the Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Mahindra Finance, Mr. Ramesh Iyer. I want you all to give a louder round of applause, please, I request. Let's show some energy. We have some leaders in this panel, so, everybody should feel this. Now I'd like to invite on stage the MD and CEO, Ambit Finvest, Mr. Sanjay Agarwal. Let's welcome our next panelist and speaker, the CEO, SMC Finance, Mr. Himanshu Gupta. Let's now invite and welcome on stage the co-founder and CEO FlexiLoans.com, Mr. Manish Lunia. The next panelist who is joining us on stage is the MD and CEO, SVC Bank, Mr. Ashish Singhal. Now, after Ashish sir, let's welcome on stage the partner, Deloitte India, Mr. Suchintan Chatterjee. And last but not the least, let's welcome on stage our next panelist and speaker, Mr. Anand Pejawar, DMD SBI General Insurance. We are really happy to see such a power-packed panel in here, and now I'd like to give it over to our moderator, Manoj sir. Over to you, sir. Let's get started. Manoj sir, so we have a video. So let's So we have a video of Deloitte, so we would like to present it now. Can we have the video please on screen?
Here we are again, at the beginning of everything. Hello, AI.
Panelists, you can
blockchain,
watch the video right here
smart
or
cities,
in front of your screen.
total
There.
transformation of how we live, work, and move. Yes, business is set to harness some extremely powerful ideas. And we say, let's do this. Now is the time to create the world we want. So, take charge of the change, and let's begin.
That's nice. Manoj sir.
Am I audible, loud and clear?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, gentlemen and gentlemen. I guess we should have had some ladies, but anyway. So we have a panel discussion with CEOs and industry leaders on the theme of innovation, collaboration, partnership, leadership. These are the kind of issues where this is the kind of session where we address the broader question, the bigger question, and try to find more meaning in what we discuss, and try to skip all the technicalities and the nitty-gritties. Even try to take the bigger picture of what is innovation per se. So the whole Finnoviti and Technoviti conference is about innovation. It started in 2012. And we have seen that innovation is making an increasingly bigger difference. So my first question to the gentleman on the dais is, to what extent is innovation playing a bigger role as compared to run business and as compared to the incremental business? So let's keep incremental and running business as one, and really innovative business as something that we want to discuss. So how much is that growing or making a difference, not just in the numbers, but the quality, the customer interaction, the kind of customer profile you are able to attract, the quality of customer service that you are able to give, the brand that you are able to build for your organization or for the sector in general. So innovation versus the older way of doing things. We are running short of time because we have, we kind of got delayed. So I'm going to request our panelists all to keep their responses to 2 minutes or less. So you get bonus points if it is less than 2 minutes. And 2 minutes is a Maggie rule as I describe it, so makes it easy to remember. So I'd like for this one question, one NBFC, one insurance company and one bank. Who would like to begin? Yeah, please. And we have the mic here.
Thank you. So, we are an NBFC.
Let's have just a quarter of a minute introduction of each one.
Okay, so should we do that?
Let's start from this side and then go. नहीं वो बताए नहीं कौन कौन है नाम बताया लेकिन who is who नहीं पता चला quarter minute.
You want us to introduce?
हाँ बस आपका नाम
My name is Anand Pejawar. I represent SBI General Insurance Company Limited.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. My name is Suchintan Chatterjee. I'm a partner with Deloitte working in the financial services industry.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening everyone. This is Manish Lunia. I represent Flexi Loans. We are a leading fintech for MSMEs in the country.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Ramesh Iyer. I represent Mahindra & Mahindra Finance. Thank you.
Hi, evening everyone. Ashish Singhal. I represent SVC Bank.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening everyone. I am Himanshu Gupta and I represent SMC Finance.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sanjay Agarwal. I am from Ambit Finvest Private Limited.
Thank you, Sanjay. So let's bring in.
Yeah. So being an NBFC, so how we look at it, basically, as of today, technology is not an option. It is a compulsion to adopt. So innovation comes mostly through technology as we see it. Okay. And the key differentiators that technology can bring in and is basically the service that we give to the customer. So he's looking for a faster turnaround time on the decisions that we provide to the customer on whether we would give a loan to him or not, and providing a hassle-free experience, so taking minimal documentation from the customer, so whatever information we can get through alternate means, through digital means, so a lot of data sources are available. So I think that is one area where technology plays a bigger role, particularly in our kind of business. And also second is the quality of the underwriting that we do. So with the minimal, the challenge is with the minimal amount of data that you get from the customer.
Okay.
And still how you do best kind of underwriting, best quality underwriting in the shortest span of time. So I think that is where we see a major role of technology, and if we are able to match the customer expectation and at the same time minimize our risk, so that is where we see technology is playing a very crucial role, and that is a continuous exercise. I think we cannot measure the outcome directly, but strategically we see that is going to be the I think.
So I see a lot of customer centricity in what you described.
Yeah.
So innovation is driving a lot of customer service and customer centricity.
Yeah. And that is how you gain get the customer back, maybe for top-ups, or maybe activate your channel to give more business to you. So that is the benefit.
Great. Thank you for that NBFC perspective. Can we have an insurance perspective?
Yeah, I'm the only insurer guy, so I'll take the call. And with your permission, though I represent General, having worked in life previously for last 17, 18 years, I'll take the example of life and non-life business both. Okay. Innovation has played a humongous role in life insurance and General, especially ever since insurance was opened up from 2000, 2001. You call it in products, you call it in processes, you call it in systems, you call it in deliverables, you call it in measurement of things, getting analytics, getting the output in a much better manner, right up to the level today where I think almost every organization is getting into robotics.
Okay.
And everything what we have seen today, I would not say that it will be easier for us to measure the output. I can definitely say that the output has increased manifold.
Manifold,
Okay, so what a person used to put as an input earlier would get X output. Now with the same input, you can expect 2X to 3X output.
Okay.
Number one. Number two, the quality of output has improved drastically. Thirdly, especially with life, people used to run away from taking life insurance because of the tedious buying process. 12 to 16 pages of application, huge amount of documents to be attached, n number of medicals to undergo and all that. Today, all that has completely been cut off, and we have actually reached a level where we can issue paperless, penless policy. Because of the innovation of getting your entire financial ecosystem, which is already there, which has got the information, which you just integrate and get things done.
Okay.
And more importantly, insurance companies, I think, are today one of the bigger innovators, because we have gone to the extent of going and doing innovation, including partners, and partners which are regulated. So whether it's an NBFC or whether it's a bank or whether it's a distributor, it's a broker. So in banks and NBFCs, you have RBI as a regulator. So you have to follow different regulations to get an innovation done. While in our case, it is IRDA.
Right.
So there are different regulators which you have to comply with and still come out with the best result of the innovation. So I think innovation has definitely helped in a big way.
So it's multi-dimensional innovation that the insurance sector is.
Absolutely.
We're getting a little bit of echo here, so I don't know if, is it a mic problem or something? If the sound team can please fix it. Just a slight echo, not very much. Okay. And can we have the banking perspective?
So a couple of pieces, in terms of what role does innovation play. My sense is innovation is nothing which just comes out of the heaven and suddenly you have a great idea, etc. It's a constant piece which one has to keep working at it and continuously improve on it. That's one. B, in terms of what role does innovation play, clearly the kind of changes in the pace of change which is happening, increasingly things are getting more fluid, more dynamic, and so you can't really play by what was applicable 5 years down the line or 10 years down the line. And one of the pieces which we believe and we've done is that innovation always operates in the BOT model, build, operate and transfer. Because the real challenge is a executive who's running the business as a normal day-to-day operational job for his living. He would not probably think of what should it be 2 years down the line, 1 year down the line.
Okay.
So hence there's a separate innovation team who takes it to a particular level, and if that business the contribution reaches 2 to 3% of the normal business, then give it to the business who runs it and scales it up further, and you move to the next set of ideas where you evaluate. Right. And it's a constant piece. Very difficult to put a particular number because what is innovative today will become business as usual 1 year down the line.
Okay. Let me take up Ashish's idea to you, Ramesh, about banks setting up separate teams to push innovation. Do you see that happening in the NBFC, or is it more broad-based, or do they deal with it differently?
So, my take on innovation is, what are we trying to solve for?
Okay.
Okay. Is it just that we want to kind of flash around saying, oh, we are an innovative company, we are doing a lot of innovation? Is that the idea? Or are you trying to solve for something? Right? So I think innovation is not inside out, right? It is outside in. You have to first have a very deep insight of your consumer as to what are they looking for, what are you trying to solve their challenges, right? And ultimately it has to find a solution. I mean, I am very convinced that customers are no more wanting products, they are wanting solutions. And which is where innovation is playing a role. I mean, if the consumers were like past, they only wanted a product, then you have to only design a very, very well-designed, acceptable product, right? So I personally think today, price, process, product, this is all gone. You have to find a package which actually meets a solution for a consumer. I mean, let me give you one very simple example, and we think it's something innovative. Like when we went into rural, we least imagined that when we collect installments, we knew we'll collect it in cash. But we never knew we'll collect it in coins.
Okay.
Now, when you finance a three-wheeler guy, you and I sit and give him 2 rupee, 5 rupee, 10 rupee coin. Now, you have a choice to say, I don't want to be in this business, or you find a solution to this problem.
Okay.
Right. So, we found a way of handling that coin, and we think that's innovation enough, because that gives us large business to be in. So, my take on innovation is, it's all about solving consumers' problem or your employees' problem, right? Because you have to all work within the regulatory framework. You cannot say, I'm an innovative company, therefore I won't follow this rule.
Right.
Right? Or you can't say, I'm an innovative company, the consumer has to adjust to my requirement. It won't work. So my personal take is that, yes, you have to be innovative, but don't do it for the sake of announcing to the world that we are a very innovative company.
Okay.
Okay, do it only if you are very convinced that it solves for a problem and it builds an opportunity. And my last take is, if you're kind of doing innovation, are you doing innovation to be competitive and get some business from a competing world? Or are you creating something new and special? So if you create something new and special, you can get very large. But if you're just innovating for the sake of competing out there, then you will get lost within the next morning because somebody else will innovate better than you. Right? So therefore, my take on innovation is you should be able to create through what you're putting in efforts for and stay longer and make it bigger.
So it should be a durable innovation and it should be a customer solution rather than just a product.
On the lighter side, the greatest innovation is, you take some people home lunch without telling your wife. And she's prepared dal for 3 people, now 5 people have to eat. She puts some water and then does some topping. And that is more tastier than the dal otherwise would have been served to you, right?
Good example.
And that will last for long.
Good example. Let me come to you, Mahesh, and ask you your perspective on innovation. Is it, apart from what Ramesh and others have mentioned, is there some new angle or innovation that you'd like to add, that you observe, something different?
I think one thing that we've discovered is, like Ramesh said, is it's about the problems that you're solving. It's not about technology, actually. If you can think of the problems that... So in the past also, people were looking at problems, but today there are more innovative ways of solving the problems, not in the same sector. For example, when we do loans pan-India, and we know that if a Flipkart can sell a pen of 50 rupees viably in any nook and corner of the country and deliver it, why can't we do documentation at that cost and manage it? Why can't we do servicing at that cost? And that's the point. Why can't we have distribution at that cost? That's one simple problem. The other is always outside in, I think. So, and then builds technology. We realize that if you open the platform, hundreds and thousands of people will apply to you, and which means there's a lot of cost. So then you use technology to actually make it so efficient that the cost really doesn't hurt you. So what's happened now with technology is that technology is actually going to distribute widely in terms of customers, but in terms of actually the producers of producers, it's going to consolidate. So the best guys sitting in a few offices can actually now distribute widely.
Okay.
So that's what technology is doing, and that's what innovation will do. That the best guys don't need to be out in the field. They can be in a consolidated set, but distribute widely.
Okay, that's a new perspective on innovation. Suchantan, if I may ask you, all the things that you have heard,
sure,
are these in line what you have seen as a consultant, or do you see some yet another perspective when you speak to so many potential customers?
Sure, sure. No, this is definitely in line, right? So this is the market we operate in. But the perspective I wanted to add here is that as consultants also we are getting disrupted, right? So we have to be innovative and be on our feet, right? So what has been the learning there? And I'm sure from industry also the learning is similar. So I'd like to call out three things, right? So one, as consultant, we need to be in touch with whatever is happening out there, right?
Okay.
I mean, so we, for instance, in Deloitte, we've set out a sensing team whose day job is just to keep an eye out of what is the cutting edge innovation happening out there. Whether it's scalable or not is a secondary question, right? So you have to be in touch with the market, right? I mean, without that you will lose the innovation touch. I think the second thing that we have realized is partnerships and collaborations, right? I mean, you cannot solve a problem on your own, or you can solve it only to that extent, right? So therefore, the same way as industry collaborates, you are seeing consultants also collaborating, piecing together a solution and then solving a business problem. And the third point, as the panel already called out, is the customer centricity, or I'd call it the use case first approach, right? Rather than getting too overwhelmed by the technology or the innovation, what is it solving for? What's the use case? What's the problem statement I'm going to solve for? If you take that first, then the innovation becomes sustainable innovation.
Okay. Thank you. Sanjay, if I may come to you, you have heard all these perspectives. Apparently, technology is the core, but innovation has always been, by definition, not tied to anything. Not tied to technology, not tied to place, not tied to building, not tied to education. Innovation is always about creating something out of nothing, almost like magic. So have you seen instances, or do you believe that technology is core to innovation, or do you think innovation should be more broad-based and not be too tied down to technology or some solution or something else? How do you see it?
So I firmly believe that technology is not the innovation. Innovation and technology both are different from each other. Innovation is, as panelist has mentioned, that it is something about the customer's satisfaction. So if as a business, we'll keep in mind what customer want, and if we can design something according to the requirement of the customers, it can be change in the process, it can be change in the technology, it can be change in the delivery, it can be change in anything. And if we keep changing according to the requirement of the customers, then it is called innovation for the business, which is satisfying both the business as well as all the stakeholders. So innovation is a means to achieve the objective, ultimately both satisfying customer as well as stakeholder, including employees and the stakeholder like shareholders. So I can give you one example. Unsecured loan in 2004, I was working for Standard Chartered Bank. At that point in time, businessmen were not getting unsecured loan easily. They were getting only on secured loan from banking system. So I was just debating with the group office that how can we deliver unsecured loan to self-employed rather than just focusing on employed employees, because they were easy to lend. GE was there, SCB was there. So finally we said, okay, if we can give 10 lakhs rupee to these people based on bank statement rather than asking for balance sheet, that will be a good start. And that is what we have done. So SCB was the first bank to launch unsecured loan for self-employed in this country. And at that point in time, I was the person who has written the policy for them actually. So innovation is something to do with the customer satisfaction. which is scalable and sustainable. If we can do something like that, that will be great for the community as well as for the businesses.
Great, thank you, Sanjay. So I think, friends, we have seen multiple dimensions of innovation. Let's take a little different topic. And so one of the things that is mentioned is partnership. If I may come to SVC Bank, Ashish, how do you see partnerships driving innovations or innovations driving partnerships? And what is the net result?
You know, it all
Can
depends.
you keep the mic a little closer?
Interesting question, Manoj. It also depends on the stage in which your organization is, right? And what does partnership do? For a bank like us, it's twofold. One, given that we are a cooperative sector bank and we are not as technologically advanced as the new technologies. So rather than investing in technology on our own and building from scratch, today the ecosystem is there where the partners come in, join hands with us, and that helps us scale faster. That's on one side.
Yeah.
Then the second piece is, like we were talking in the other session, is that 100%, my problem is that 100% of our business today comes from branches. Unlike some of the other private sector banks where the challenge is how do you get more from branches. And hence, what does the fintech ecosystem or the partnership does for us? It gives us the distribution reach. Right. So it all depends on what space you are in and what are the problem you are trying to solve as an organization for the consumer. And then you go scout around for partners. And my sense is as we go forward, collaboration will be the name of the game because you will probably compete with one or two people, but you can collaborate with hundreds of people to win the game. Right. So that's a mindset change which needs to happen.
Okay, okay. And what about the insurance perspective on?
Insurers today only look at collaboration.
Only collaboration. I was thinking of that.
See, either you have to collaborate with your own distributors who are now completely tech savvy. So if you look at your own agents, this 2 years of pandemic has given a lot of importance to technology, digital innovation and everything.
Right.
Now, if you look at partnering with banks, I'll give you a live example. In 2017-18, that time I was in SBI Live, our chairman called us and said, I want the buying psychology, just going by what Ramesh mentioned, the buying psychology of the person is now, if you're coming with a digital platform, everything should happen within maximum 3 clicks. They are not interested to remain if you ask them to do the 4th click. How will you ensure that my customers get a policy on my platform with only 3 clicks? Think of it, life insurance policy, pure term, much riskier policy to sell on this kind of platform, and that too purely on 3 clicks. And they said, the platform that I'm giving you is YONO, which is you only need one. Okay, so new platform, getting integrated, we said, okay, let's try. Now that's where so I am a firm believer, whenever there is a pain in any system, or there is a demand from somebody, innovation automatically happens. Okay? So what we did is, we told them, okay, allow us to do API integration. We did an API integration with the bank system.
Okay.
Got it done. From 2019 onwards, on YONO platform, any customer of SBI can buy up to 20 lakhs of pure term product on the 3rd click. Even if you get on the system at 11:58 and if you click the 3rd time and the money gets transferred, the certificate of insurance gets delivered on your YONO platform at 11:59 p.m.
Wow.
Okay, that's the first innovation that we worked out and got. And it is still working. It is still working. Second, as I said, if I have to increase my output, how do I do? Okay. Now there are so many information that all of us are keeping in the open system without we even knowing about it. Data, personal data or information that is there.
Yes.
Now with the consent of the customer, you go and integrate it. So we have integrated our entire sourcing system with NSDL. So PAN verification takes place. I don't need your PAN card. I don't need your photograph. We have integrated with CIBIL and CRIF. So your credit score comes to us. Income approximator is received and we can find out what is your approximate income from that. And whether you are financially good enough to take that kind of policy that we have, you have applied for. And going ahead, we have also tied up on an API integration with IIBI, which is Insurance Information Bureau of India. So your existing policy document details are completely flowing into us real time. So all that what you had to sit down and fill those 12 pages is completely cut down. Okay? And thank God, thank the regulator, they have now given us e-repository.
Okay.
So we don't even have to bother that. So look at it, this is all partnership. We are partnered with NSDL, partnered with CRIF, partnered with CIBIL, partnered with IIBI, and the 4 repositories which the regulator allowed us to do. That's where we came out, we said, now can I issue a paperless, penless policy? As of today, the company is issuing 32% policies which are completely paperless, penless. Not even a wet signature is taken from the customer.
That's an impressive number for a country like
That
India.
is what I said. So if you bring technology in your thought process of innovation and try to find a solution for the customer, as Ramesh mentioned, you can work out to a system where your output increases. So earlier what used to take a few hours or a few days to issue a policy, now takes a few minutes. And the policy document, instead of sending it through a courier or a post, which could get, and those documents are huge.
Yes, of course.
Some run to almost 96 pages. Today it's completely gone into a PDF file into your repository.
Okay, fantastic.
So look at the integrations that you have done and partnerships that you have. Well, that's the reason I said insurance companies
That's
everywhere use partnerships.
Partnership all across, all the way. Fantastic. And let's have the, let's say from you, the NBFC perspective on partnerships. How is partnerships changing? How partnership and innovation changing the game?
So we have been collaborating at various levels throughout the business life cycle. For example, to start with, we actually source a lot of business from the DSAs.
Okay.
And that is where the need for innovation with the support of technology arises to offer a seamless and convenient interaction to the DSAs as far as the movement of loan file is concerned.
Okay.
So that is where we have been contemplating a lot of solutions. And then we have some of the fintech partnerships that we have. So there is a lot of bulky data that we need to digest on a daily basis, process a lot of data. So there is collaboration and there is need for technology to actually process that kind of information in a
so you have a lot of technology partnerships.
Yes. Oh. So that is on the sourcing side, and as I think he said, there is a lot of integrations, collaborations on the technology at the back end. That is, I think, similar for a lot of businesses, be it banking, NBFC or insurance. So that is
Are you finding technology partners to give you the kind of service or quality of service that you need?
So the challenge here is none of the technology partners have the entire gamut of the solution that one needs.
No one.
So the key challenge I think every organization would always struggle to have is to make the core IT system that actually interacts with all the vendors, all the solutions partners seamlessly. So I think that is the bigger challenge as an organization or as an NBFC that we have to think of while we collaborate with different vendors. But
okay,
yeah. So I think that is key to building the technology and innovating out of that.
Ramesh, what about the ecosystem for you, for all the rural business that you do and the partners that you have there?
You know, quite some time back, all of us were innovating because we were pushed because of the competition. We were losing businesses and we were innovating. Right now, I think we are innovating for growth. Right, we're saying we need to grow from here. So what do we do?
Okay,
and that's changed the approach to partnership required. Right, so I think we are no more competing; we are complementing. I mean, can you imagine ever Mahindra Finance and State Bank to work together in co-lending? Why do State Bank need someone like even Mahindra Finance?
State Bank is such a giant.
So therefore, I think things are changing too. You have to no more compete, but you have to complement each other. And if you are actually complementing each other, then you work as a great partner and you produce the best for the consumer ultimately. What you produce for the consumer is maybe low cost.
Ideally ought to be.
Right?
Yeah.
It becomes low cost. Second is the best practices of the two organizations come together, and therefore the risk possibly comes down as well.
Okay.
Right? Because if I was individually doing versus I'm taking your help to do, your understanding of the consumer, your understanding of the credit, your understanding of what works, does not work, coupled with our understanding, produces something which is so very different. Right? So I think we shouldn't look at partnership as only something that I can't do, therefore I'll work with somebody. I think
can be proactive rather
you must
than
say that
reactive.
you can do it, even I can do it, but together can we do it better? Right? That produces something much different at a low cost.
Also tell me in
And
terms
that's
of
where it works.
front office front office partnerships versus back office partnerships. Do you see some kind of pattern?
So I've always seen the back office partnership is to bring down cost and handle large volume. And the front office partnership is to really find innovative solution to survive and grow in the business.
Okay.
Right? Because, there is a consumer and he's kind of looking for loan from 4 people. He's yet not made his mind where he wants to borrow from. You want to be innovative by going and telling him something. And I want to be clear. We shouldn't mistake innovation as, I used to normally give 80% loan, now I have found a way to give 90% loan. That's not innovation, right? You're jumping into somehow getting that loan from that consumer. Right? I think innovation is, if he's still not decided on where to take this loan from, he's got a problem which he doesn't know how to solve. And therefore, if you say that you take a loan from me and this is how you can solve a problem of yours, I think that's where the innovation plays, and that's where somewhere the partnership plays. So I am very convinced in my mind, back office innovation is to reduce your cost as well as to make it into a large scale which otherwise you don't want to struggle with. And the front office innovation is finding really good solution for consumer to grow your business bigger and better.
And is it really, the question to all, a yes or no kind of answer, is it difficult to find partners, or you are able to find partners readily?
Gone are days, if somebody says I can't get a partner, then that company is fundamentally doing something wrong.
Okay.
And the fundamental wrong is in governance. If you're a well-governed company, forget anything else.
Okay.
Any partner is only today looking for, am I working with a well-governed company, so that if I partner him, I don't get into trouble. I don't think beyond that they are looking for anything else, because everything else is jointly finding solution to.
Okay. Anyone else has something to add on finding suitable partners? Mahesh?
No, I think, so we work with a lot of partners, and I think I can add few more points, is that it adds to the entire speed of doing things, right? So the best person at the job does the work. So if the origination partners are best at doing it, if you are good at packaging and credit underwriting, like the support is there. If you're good at the last mile in terms of pushing the collections up, there's a collection partner which is doing it. And there's a fourth piece. You originated today. Typically, a bank would originate 100 loans, would do about 20 loans, 80 they don't do. But at the same time, there are those 80 are being, if you look at the bureau, you know that 50% of them is being done by some other co-lender or some other bank or NBFC, right?
Lender.
So you optimize now the entire problem set. If there's one person who wants a loan or one community that wants a loan, there are 10 lenders who are doing it today. But all of them are duplicating the entire effort of collating information, pulling CIBILs, pulling X information, time for the customer. If one partner, if you can partner with a lot of bankers, and single service providers who are the best in the industry, then everybody can trust that protocol. Like Bureau, CIBIL is one protocol, right? Everybody will trust that protocol. Yes. So there are 100 customers. If I have pulled CIBIL, the 10 lenders know that the CIBIL score, if that's one of the parameter that they have, and then they can actually filter up. Versus all 10 of them doing it by 10 different partners or partnering the same guy. So this is now like the O'Kane model that's come up, which is like a pipe. Every service will be a pipe. There will be origination of lots of customers who will have hundreds of people who will be providing the services. But via one pipe which has 10 modules, which are by unique guys. So I think what innovation helps is actually optimizing the resources overall, solving the problem of the real customers or partners, the front end as well, a lot.
Okay, that's interesting. Friends, let's touch upon another angle, which is the employees, because they are very critical stakeholders in this whole business, in a rapidly changing business. Let me rephrase it. So, gone are the days where employees would have a very fixed job description, and you would find people from the industry based on education and experience that exactly fit and the person would continue in that same role for 5, 10, 15 years. These days, I'm sure job descriptions change every year, if not more frequently. We've all heard of the great resignation syndrome, and to what extent each organization in this room has experienced it, you all know internally. So my question is, from the point of view of engaging with employees, what has been your experience in terms of innovation as a push mechanism, innovation as a pull mechanism to attract talent? How do you engage with employees in terms of innovation? Maybe Sanjay, you can start.
So, employees for growing industry is very difficult to engage. And with the time changing around, innovation is taking place in this space as well. Particularly, you would have seen COVID times, and employers have come out with various innovative ways of getting work done through work from home, and also paying certain allowances, providing additional accessories, digital accessories to the employees, and also ESOPs. Now, fintech companies are there and values are being created. So we'll have to ensure that all the critical resources are being given ESOPs and work from home and these kind of things. So I think innovation, whatever innovation is taking place, ultimately we know that the market is changing. Market is not changing because of only because of our business models. But you see the business model like Swiggy, Zomato is changing the shape of restaurants. Now, if I have to finance these restaurants, I cannot keep sending my employees there. So we have to use the partnership of Swiggy for financing these restaurants, and therefore employees not required. They have to take the botheration of employees. Our employees are not required to approach these people, and therefore I think if we can integrate these partnership models, our employee itself may not be required. So we'll have to go with the innovation of external market condition also, and we may not need that kind of engagement for the feet on the street, and we should focus largely on strategic employees and the critical employees.
Focus on your core competencies.
Yeah. So it's not only about retaining employees; it's also thinking about whether we can outsource to have employee at all to these kind of models. Actually, so
I'd like to hear from everyone, but one minute each, because there is it's time out. Half a minute each.
Okay, so,
on employees.
So quickly
Let's be the last topic.
how I see if you relate this innovation and but innovation to the employee thing. So basically, I categorize the problem in 3 parts. One is bringing a culture where employees actually come to you with the problem and at the same time thinking about the solution in an innovative manner. So you have to develop that kind of culture in the organization.
Interesting.
Whether through HR or maybe some other motivational maybe activities that we need to in daily routine. Secondly, there is a innovation or solution that somebody has suggested. Now how to execute that? That is, I think, one of the biggest challenge today that everyone is facing.
Right.
The limitation of the skilled resources as far as technology is concerned. And third, I think we need to, again, a cultural issue, because the innovators or the implementers are few, and everybody has to adopt the change. So the readiness to adopt the change in the process, or maybe whatever in their day-to-day activities, so that readiness has to be there from on the employee's part. So we need to think from all the aspects.
Right, thank you. Ashish, half a minute, please.
3 things on the employees piece. One, I think it's important to ensure that all employees fail fast, learn faster. And you have to give them that confidence that it's okay to fail, which is very not like a normal organization, particularly in a traditional world. The second piece is if you keep breeding in the culture that constant innovation or constant change is what is required. A 1% change every day is what is more welcoming than a 100% change every few months. And the third piece would be, again, within employees, how do you build a collaborative culture rather than competing
that's
culture?
interesting.
Right. So these 3 things you take care, I'm sure
And you found an answer for the third?
It's always a learning journey.
Okay, Ramesh, your...
Just three things. What do we want our employees? We want them to be productive, we want them to be engaged, and we want to be relevant into future. Right? They should be employable at all times. Right? Because you recruit them for something, but they have to be relevant for something else that's coming tomorrow. So we use innovation in all the three aspects as to how do we make them more productive, how do we engage them because they're all spread across the country, right? And then how do we continuously train them and make them relevant, not call them into one place for training, but use various innovative ways of training.
Sounds good, sounds interesting. Right.
I think for us, innovation is one of the 5 core values of the organization. So if anybody has to take a decision and is in a dilemma and he's innovating, he knows he's doing the right thing. It's a very simple mantra.
Okay.
So right, so it's a core value. So if you have a choice to make it innovate or not innovate. That's a simple guidance code. So that's point one. And point two is I think every employee these days and professional is getting, and everybody has an artistic flavor to their lives.
Yes.
They want to innovate. They want to do something different. So I think we encourage about 20% of our new business or anything that we are doing in a function, be it credit, should be innovative. So what did employees innovate 20% this year is a mandate that we do in our OKRs, which is like KRAs for the organization.
It's a benchmark for everyone. Interesting. Then what have you seen financial sector?
Sure.
In terms
Financial
of
sector and consulting as well, right?
And
So three things, right? One is, as Sanjay mentioned, right, we're rethinking the talent model itself, right? So Deloitte has this program called Pixel globally, where we engage the gig workers, right? They need not be your full-time employees. This, by the way, is a Harvard case study as well. You can look it up. So it's worked, right, as a model for us. I think the second thing is the way millennial employees think is very different from the way we would think, right? So we can't force ourselves into them. A lot of them are driven by purpose. So how do you ensure that they're part of the problem solving of the wider organization, and how do you do it in a very industrialized way for 900,000 employees, right? I mean, can you use digital for problem solving of the highest order and marry it with crowdsourcing of ideas at the last mile, right? I mean, that has worked well for us. And the third thing that has worked is instant recognition, right? I mean, money is not always the answer, but can there be other forms of instant recognition in a public forum which is enabled by digital, which keeps the employee engaged and motivated, right?
Instant is everywhere now.
Yes.
Instant is everywhere.
I hope I was within time.
So your comments, your observations.
In our company and even in life, I think innovation is a culture. Okay, and why I say culture is because we long back started something called Finnoviti Awards for our own employees.
Okay.
Though I am supposed to claim royalty from you for using that word, but we started it long back in 2007. So any employee who finds something innovative idea has to put it up on a staff employee portal that is evaluated, and all this is done, and then the best 10 out of that, depending upon various departments, is then actually implemented. And few of them have been even given names of those people. So that gives them the additional, the image and the boosting of their morale that this is something what we have done, and that helps other guys to, do some innovation. Only half a second I'll take is the best innovation we did during the lockdown was our own employees creating an app for employee engagement, which went to the extent of even tying up with those organizations who gave discount to my employees for buying white collar goods, McDonald's and Pizza Hut, who came and said, because you have done this, we will give you discount if you order it from this particular thing.
Wow.
So that's the innovation plus partnership for innovation.
Wonderful, fantastic. Thank you all, gentlemen. It's been a wonderful discussion. I really appreciate all the insights you have given in this brief 45 minutes. I wish it could be longer, but let's be realistic. I would like to now hand over to Babu and... we have anyway exhausted our ideas. So we'll have retain some ideas for the future then. But I appreciate, thank you very much. Can we have the...
Wow. What an impactful panel discussion this was. I am sure you all had great time listening to this one. And once again, thanks to all our panelists. We are really grateful that we got to hear all the great minds on the stage. Thank you very much, everybody. Once again, thank you, Anand sir. Thank you, Suchintan sir. Thank you, Ashish sir. Thank you, Manish sir. Thank you, Manshu sir. Thank you very much, Sanjay sir, Ramesh sir. Thank you very, very much. And a big thanks to Manoj sir for conducting this power-packed panel discussion. A round of applause to all our leaders and panelists, and of course, our moderator and Babu sir.
Banks, insurance, and publishing.
Totally, totally. Yes, round of applause. Yeah, that's a true thing, actually. Yeah. That's why I said it's a power-packed panel indeed. Thank you, leaders. It was great listening to you once again.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So I would like to share this with all of you. This is for the first time seeing this full house. You know, since morning we are doing so many sessions. In this session, look at that. You know, there were lack of chairs. People were everywhere. So I'm glad that you enjoyed this one. And now after this, we have another important presentation coming up. And I'd now like to invite for the next presentation, which is about Tableau and its uses in the BFSI industry. And let's welcome for this one, the CTO, Tashi Linux Services, Mr. Abhishek Dutt. Everybody welcome, Mr. Abhishek.
Meantime, I would like to acknowledge the presence of our chief guest, Mr. Somnesh. Sir, thank you very much for, accepting to be here and, showing your patience. We are a little delayed. Please bear with us for another 5 minutes. We will just start the session for you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Oh, the presentation will start running, yeah?
Yeah, it's right there.
Great. Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Is it better? Great. All right. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. So after, my presentation is a breeze. It's not very tech intensive. It's like, if you were considering all this as a main course, mine is a simple dessert. So just hold your breath, just 5 to 6 slides, which are just mainstream. So I belong to a company called Tashi Linux Services. As the name says, we are traditionally an open source, enterprise open source company. We were like a lot of companies claim that they are they are born out of cloud, they are born out of this era and that. But we are one company which was born out of open source, and proudly so our name says that. We have lots of partners with us, and we believe in wholesome, giving a very wholesome solutions to our customers. But primarily this particular, session, I'm going to, focus on something that is very close to all the CXOs and a lot of decision makers, which is the data visualization. And for that reason, we have, gone into, I'm just running through because of the lack of time, for Tableau. So I'll start with something called data culture. Data culture is a practice where we start treating data as one of the fundamental and most important part for decision making. I have been talking to a lot of banks and a lot of people who are using at this point in time some fixed MIS reports and all that, and almost all of them are now at a stage that where they think that these MIS reports are boxing them up into some kind of a fixed decision making while they want a very dynamic environment for their data. And in this regard, we have very few tools in the market, and one of the primary and the leader in this space is Tableau. It provides you a very dynamic and very granular way to interact with your data, and can actually propel you to take a very relevant and very, very import all the critical decisions that which are either reflecting onto the current scenario or some kind of contingencies that you have you're facing those. So what is the key pillars of the data culture? So data culture is basically a practice, and most of you would be knowing that it starts from the data. It's about how do you actually utilize this data to take critical decisions, to take critical or change your processes according to what the data shows you. So it's very, very important that the agility of this data visualization has to be kept in mind. And so why choose Tableau? So Tableau is the world leader in data visualization. Nothing comes close to it. When it comes to blending of data from different connectors, the ease of actually finding out what you are wanting to find, and when you actually going to see that overall picture, you would see that it also gives you unmatched ROI. And when you are talking about the very, very dynamic data landscape that we actually encounter every now and then, Tableau actually comes to your rescue and gives you, and the learning curve is supremely flat. You do not have to worry. I mean, I have seen people becoming quite an expert, at the developer level in a month or two. And from the usage side, power usage side, within weeks. I mean, I'm talking about 2 weeks or so. So it's very, very powerful platform in that space and very simple to use. So there were 2 case studies that we thought we would bring in. First is about the Granity Breva Bank, which is basically like they had the problem of consolidating their data and taking decision calls and those kind of stuff. So this is one of, all these case studies are also available, so I would not take too much of your time in the nitty-gritties of those. And the other one that we have taken is a Charles Schwab one, where again the problem was that they wanted to profile their end customer to take quicker decisions which are more relevant for the market. So these are very detailed out, presented in our website, in Tableau's website. You can go deeper, you can talk to us about it. Besides that, what Tashi can actually help you out with is, like, if you are running a data, or if you're planning to have a data cluster or a Hadoop kind of a platform or a big data kind of a platform, and you want some kind of a new age data visualizations, and we actually would help you from the ground up. We can actually ensure that your data is going through the layers and the filters that are necessary to give a very rich visualization in a very dynamic format. So we provide you all those features and all those services rather. So these are some of our I would say the power sellers, like why we give you not only the licenses or just like giving you Tableau on the platter. We actually take it to and bespoke it to that level where it becomes highly usable for you. So whether it's creating the custom dashboards or training your own team to create custom dashboards of your own, and data analytics, end-to-end data management, data integration, and application development for big data analysis. This is very critical. Sometimes you require very quick development of applications, and you do not have too much of time. So, getting you in a very, very agile roadmap for data analytics, we can do it all for you. These are some of our customers. I would not spend too much time on this. We have been working with some of the top banks in India and also abroad. I would not spend too much time on methodologies because I know that time is running out. So we are like, we have been awarded multiple times because of our work. We are not a very big company. We are around 110 people or team, but we are extremely focused on giving bespoke solutions to our customer. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Abhishek, for the presentation. And yes, I'm again very happy to see the full house. And I just hope that it remains till the last. Okay, it'll have to, then after that we have the party. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, brace yourself, for it's time for me to invite on stage our chief guest. You already know him, but still I would like to shed light on his bio right now. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us a personality who is an officer of Indian Telecom Service and presently heading Unique Identification Authority of India Regional Office at Mumbai as Deputy Director General. He has been working with UIDAI since inception. He has the deep knowledge of various governance project schemes and driving the use of Aadhaar, a digital identity in e-governance for direct benefit transfers and for beneficiary identification. He has been working with state governments in designing the solutions for convenient delivery of various services using Aadhaar and driving financial inclusion with banks using Aadhaar. He has facilitated the state governments to use Aadhaar digital platform for targeted delivery of services, benefits. He has been playing an important role to reap the benefit of JAM, which is Jandan Aadhaar Mobile Trinity, to boost the digital economy. Ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause, let's welcome on stage our chief guest, Mr. Somnesh Joshi. I request Babu sir and Manoj sir to please come and present the token of thanks to our chief guest, Somnesh sir. Thank you very much, sir. We are really happy to see you. Thank you for taking your valuable time out and being a part of this event. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for accommodating.
A round of applause, everybody. Once again, thank you, Somnesh sir. Now, I request, please speak few words about this event.
So good evening to everyone. I think last 2 days you are learning Technoviti, Finnoviti, and it's really, and I'm happy to see all of you are sitting here, and maybe lots of things I can't, I can share but my experience with you, because in the 2 days you have heard the experts of the field, basically, how to design a fintech product, insurance product, and how the technology can help in that. See, everyone is aware that now we are moving towards digital India. Government of India is ready to make India a $1 trillion digital economy. And the digital economy, of course, the role of the services is of the utmost importance. There's the banking service, financial service, fintech, loan. So all services, there is all the service industry, and they are actually contributing to make the digital economy. And now, to more and more, to have a more and more product in the service sector. And what has happened, we have seen, we have witnessed last maybe couple of years that with the, even the pandemic has given, push to move ahead in the digital payments. And we have seen the UPI, and we have shown basically the world that everything is possible, and even the vegetable vendor now is accepting the digital payment, right? They are not saying no. Otherwise, there were days that even a good grocery store will say, no, we don't accept credit card. If you want to give a credit card, give 3% more. So all these things, we are seeing, we are witnessing, and we are moving ahead. And I will not take much of the time, but I will just like to stress upon that the India is going ahead, the government of India is going ahead with a digital public infrastructure. And one, of course, the UPI and Aadhaar, which organization I belong. So that is again a public, digital public infrastructure. And maybe many of you have heard about this open network digital commerce, ONDC. This is again going to disrupt the market like anything. So government is providing this public platform so where one can simply connect and start using those applications. So all monopoly of a particular app will not be there. And I think read somewhere about something is going on with respect to, again, a platform approach for the taxi sharing, etc. So why Uber and Ola? Everyone can start their own company. So what has happened in the ecosystem, because here all the fintech and insurance and I think fintech, insurance and loan company, I don't know, all the NBFCs are here, so people who are associated with the sector. And Aadhaar is playing a very important role in delivery of the services. So, and typically I can say the Jan Dhan, Aadhaar and mobile, because now people are having account number and the mobile number and Aadhaar. So this trinity is actually making the life simple, and the cost of acquisition of the customer is less. You are getting the market in the rural hinterland, because earlier cost was very high. No one was going into that market, because we don't know, suppose you are inquiring and you are interacting 100 customers, only 5 or 2 customers will take your product. And it's a huge cost, so no one was going. But with this Aadhaar, the eKYC or the video eKYC we are seeing, life is very simple. We are delivering the service. And nowadays, there's no need that someone will visit physically. You are doing everything online. And I personally have seen, experienced the kind of service the people are giving in the digital ecosystem. So the cost factor now is taken care. And now from Aadhaar perspective also, the 20 rupees we were charging earlier per transaction, now it is rupees 3 for eKYC. Recently, the initiative we have taken that just reduced from 20 to 3. So people, more and more companies and entity can use this Aadhaar and make, do some innovation and make some products, right, with the eKYC. And then NBFCs. Now we have allowed the NBFCs to become our sub-AUA or sub-KUA or KUA, that's Aadhaar Authentication User Agencies. So the process is on, and many NBFCs have applied to the RBI, and they are in turn sharing the detail with UIDI, and in turn will take the approval from the DOR. So that is again under the pipeline. So we are going to see many NBFC will start giving the services using the Aadhaar. And already the SEBI regulated entities, the fintech companies, the INRA regulated or insurance companies, all are now slowly imbibing this Aadhaar, and typically this Jan Dhan, Aadhaar, mobile trinity, and delivering the services. With my experience, because here Technoviti and maybe all the CIOs and experts in that field have shared their thought, but with my experience, I suggest, because there are many entities which are going to launch new products. So whenever you design a product, of course, the customer is king. So when we are going for a design, we should know what actually a customer wants. Maybe we should put ourselves in the customer's shoe. If something will come like this, how I'm going to, what marks I will give, 10 out of 10 or 7 out of 10, what? So we have to see before launching the product, that what kind of product. So we have to invest a lot and understand what exactly the market wants, and then accordingly we have to design. And from technical point of view, we should have our architecture strong. The fundamentally our architecture should be strong. Technology may change. Technology in the sense that new system will come, right? More technology, maybe the processing you can make fast, but the basic fundamentals, the architecture of your system should be correct. Suppose in future something new will come, you can seamlessly just simply include that part also, without hampering the other things. So this is, I have learned from the experience that sometimes the design is faulty, so what will happen? Something new will come, then we are just looking what to do. You can't do like this, you create a building and then suppose after 2 years, again you demolish the building and then again create a new building. No. We have to think after 10 years, 20 years, how you are. So architecture, the roadmap should be strong, then the foundation will remain the same and you can create your product and on the top of that. So that, and another factor that I would like to stress upon when you design and whatever you are doing, which technology you are taking, and you must see the legal aspects also. because nowadays the consent and privacy, the more and more we are moving towards, the digital society where everything is happening. And we are, right now, maybe at this juncture, we all are happy that everything is click away. But we don't know what will happen after 1 year, 2 year data, aggregators and something untoward things will happen because our data is leakage or some identity theft, all these things. So one has to be very, very cautious when you design the system, the security aspect. And then another is the consent aspect, because Supreme Court has already ruled about, on the previous ruling, has given the ruling on the privacy. So that also we should factor in, because in future, whenever you are taking any data, it should not go out from your system. Otherwise, you will be penalized. And already the bill is there, and maybe very soon it will become a law, the data privacy. So you have to take care all these aspects when you design a system. Then another thing, when we are going to serve, our consumers, right? So of course, third, connectivity is again playing an important role. So here the Government of India, the BharatNet project, everyone is aware. So the fiber is reaching, and so connectivity will not be an issue. And with the 5G is coming, and when 5G is coming, so it's not only the connectivity or high-speed connectivity, but Internet of Things will come. So again, more and more data. So that again, the privacy aspect will play an important role in the digital ecosystem. So lots of financial data, insurance data, right, and your loan, your credit history, everything will remain in the digital domain, and one can, can aggregate it. So that's why the security, information security, and the privacy aspect. Again, I'm reiterating all these things because when you design a product, usually we forget about all these aspects. And then you have to, again, incur a huge cost to take care of these two things, because it is legally you are abide by all these things. You have to take some action on that. So I will not take much of the time. Lastly, I will say that all the mutual fund industries, maybe they are here, and the insurance companies are here. So you can see the Aadhaar will make your life easy. Not only from online authentication purpose, that the electronic KYC that you are aware. Something new has come, maybe many of you are aware or not, otherwise I'm just going to narrate it, that offline verification of the Aadhaar or the QR code, or I can say digitally signed XML file. So, and there is no need to take the permission from the UIDAI, and you can start verification of a resident using the digitally signed XML file. So every person can download her digitally signed XML file, and one can share that XML file across the system, and you can consume it. It is digitally signed. It's a tamper-proof sort of thing. And QR code that right now we are giving this digitally signed QR code on all the e-Aadhaar that you are downloading from the website, or if you order a PVC card, where also we are printing this digitally signed QR code, and one can simply scan it. But in this offline verification, there is no Aadhaar. Only 4-digit we are sharing, and the hash of the mobile is there. But it is good because you are not in the business of the direct benefit transfer, that to use Aadhaar as a financial address. You are in the business to verify that this person is the same. So this QR code and the digitally signed XML file, you can use and you can innovate around these offline. So we call it the offline verification seeking entities. So OVSEs doesn't require any permission. Of course, you have to abide by the Aadhaar Act and regulation. But I suggest, please visit our website, understand more about these two products, and start using these two products. Because if there is no internet and you want to identify a person, this is a kind of tool you can verify that person. And finally, I would like to share that face authentication is coming. So next disruption will happen. That Aadhaar right now, you see, we are verifying using the fingerprint or the iris or the OTP. But now the face auth, that we have already done some pilot, and now we are into the production. So very soon you will see that more and more agency will opt for the face auth, and we are finding the accuracy is really fair, good accuracy, maybe more than the fingerprint accuracy. So the next disruption, we are going to see the use of the face authentication. So what will come, the smartphone will become as authenticator. It's a universal authenticator of anything. So maybe in future you will not find any laptop or the desktop, everything will be happen on the smart. And I'm saying that right now the mobile, maybe some will say smart device. We can't say it's only the mobile. Basically it's a smart device which in the IoT era, that device will handle everything about you. So it's a good but a risky also. So with this note, I end my speech, and again I thank Banking Frontier to invite me to address this August gathering. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes, kindly stay back, sir. Oh my God, wow. What a speech this was. And sir, as you were announcing about the face identification thing, I was just getting worried because I applied too much of makeup. And I think same is the problem with other ladies. How would we manage? You know, we all apply makeup just to identify ourselves. We have to remove our makeup and then go, and then it'll be trouble for men then. Okay, anyways, jokes apart, it was wonderful listening to you, sir. Everybody, big round of applause for our chief guest. And now, as we are grateful we have our chief guest with us, so we would like to celebrate the biggest moment of our team today. As you know, that Banking Frontiers are celebrating their 20 glorious years. And I'd like to request Babu sir, Manoj sir, Somnesh sir, and also Monish Shah sir to please come on stage and be a part of this humongous celebration. This is a big day for us. Of course, Babu sir knows and Manoj sir knows that what has happened in 20 years, a lot of hard work, of course. So let's celebrate this moment. Okay, so as we're celebrating, I want you at the sound, somebody to play a nice music. And everyone, please join us in this celebration. Here we go! Cheers to Banking Frontiers! Hip hip! Hip hip!
And celebrations when I tell everyone that you're in love with me. Congratulations and jubilations. I want the world to know I'm happy as can be. Who would believe that I could be happy and contented? I used to think that happiness hadn't been invented, but that was in the bad old days before I met
I can see your faces. You know, I can see your drooling faces. You also want the cake, right? The cake is actually yummy. So I'm feeling I should get a piece too. Anyways, let's see if we get it. Round of applause one more time, everybody. Let's give a loud cheer to Banking Frontiers. Banking Frontiers! Hip hip!
Hooray!
Hip hip!
Hooray!
Hip hip!
Hooray!
All right, so Babu sir, Manoj sir, and the whole Banking Frontiers team, a big congratulations. Thank you, Somnesh sir. Thank you, Manish sir, for being a part of our important day and important moment. Thank you very, very much. Okay, now we would like to invite the jury on stage. So I request, I'll be taking the names of all our jury members. So please join us on stage. Can we have on stage Mr. M. Narendra? Everybody welcome our jury for Finnoviti 2022. Now you know, they are the ones who has decided on who will get the award, the Finnoviti 2022 award. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Mahesh Thakkar. Welcome, Mahesh sir. Let's welcome on stage our next jury, Ashwani Kumar. Mr. Anuj Bhargava.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Matthew Titus. Vijay Srinivas. Ravi Shashadri. Jitendra Agarwal. So everybody, once again, to share this with all of you, all these esteemed personalities are all our jury for Finnoviti 2022. So I'm sure the competition would have been tough, and now jury is there. So it's time for us to unveil the compendium. So everybody, you know that what compendium has. So I request our team to please distribute the compendium to all our juries, please. Everybody, please pick one. Pick one. Pick one, everybody.
May I request Sandeep Sonpatki also from Deloitte to join us?
Yes.
Monish,
Monish,
please to
sir.
join us.
Okay, so everybody, you know what compendium has. It's Finnoviti 2022 compendium. It has all the details of all the innovations that has taken place this year. So yes, I'm sure you all are curious to know what all innovations has taken place. So yes, you will be knowing in a short while. And here we go. Here we unveil the compendium 2022. 3, 2, 1. Woo! So this is the Finnoviti 2022 compendium in the hands of all our jury member and Babu sir, Somnesh sir and Manoj sir. So yes, I'm sure. Babu sir, would you like to tell them about the QR code?
Well friends, all this compendium is also available in a QR code. There are QR codes left on the tables there outside and also on the reception desk. We will also have this on our website bankingfrontiers.com. Please do download. The Finnoviti and Technoviti compendium both have all the compilations of interesting innovations that we have received from all of you, and these are really something out of the world. So there are about 32 innovations which are put in the Finnoviti compendium and about 22 innovations in the Technoviti compendium. Each of one can be definitely a good learning for most of the financial services organization to build their innovations upon. So please take advantage of it and thank you very much all the jury members for unveiling it.
And now I request all our jury members to kindly take the seat, and we would like to hear from your experience of Finnoviti 2022. And thanks a lot to our chief guests.
So may I also request Mr. Matthew Titus to just summarize the jury opinion.
Right. If
Please
you can
do
put
take
those
your
two
seats.
slides. So
we will just organize a chair. Please
yeah,
do sit.
please you sit. I understand.
Please organize.
So I'm taking the luxury of those who were not here in the morning. This is a slide prepared by the Deloitte team, and Sandeep actually has been a good anchor over many years, has coped with our frustrations and survived them. So I'll just quickly run them through. So these were the overall picture in terms of the submissions that we got. Basically, so right across all these sectors, public sector banks were definitely one category. Not that we wanted to do anything, but right across all the different kinds of BFSI entities that had submitted their innovations. On the other side, the categories under which it was slotted. So all of this work was pulled together by the Deloitte team. And then we looked at it, seeing what were the key challenges. And I think the next slide, if I may have that, that I think was the critical one. That is the critical one in terms of, not this one, this is the one. So this looks at the subject of innovation across time. So basically, in 2012, what were the set of ideas that people were working with? What were the set of ideas that technology was being used for? And by 2022, what were the things that we were looking at? So this basically categorizes that movement across that. And central to that really has been this whole aspect of friction and how we kind of address this issue of friction through either process, technology, or different forms of things that people had submitted. So you're going to hear about it as we go forward. So this basically captures the challenges that we as a jury faced in looking at all the submissions that you all had made. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So I think you got a synopsis of how the jury has done the process and things like that. So we would now like to felicitate each and every member of the jury. May I request the felicitation trophies for the jury members, please.
So our jury, I'm sure our jury had a tough time deciding on to the winners, and now we would like to felicitate our juries. So can we have the trophies and the gifts? This is so sweet, absolutely. Correct. We also need the cakes. I request if somebody can bring in the cake in plates, small plates, please. Yes. Pieces in small plates. 10, 11, 12, as many as possible.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, sir. This is Mr. Ravi Shesha, please.
Cake's temptation is indeed irresistible.
M. Narendra. Sir, please be seated.
Once again, thanks a lot to our juries. Everybody, round of applause. They are the ones who has decided on giving few of the lucky ones. So you're sitting here. Awards.
Sorry, sir. Absolutely. Mr. Matthew Titus has completed 7 years as the jury member of Finnoviti. This is another veteran who has been with Finnoviti from year 1. That is Mr. Anuj Bhargav. खड़े नहीं
For attention of all of you, that I was chairman of this jury committee, I was wanting to add, one was the very competitiveness of the each entry itself. But even managing the jury members itself was a difficult task in a democratic way, and ensuring that the best one of them is selected and got the award. So I wanted to tell Joshi Saab also, in this hall itself, there is so much innovation that $1 billion is a good reality within the shortest time. So I wish all of the winners as well as the participants all the best for your efforts taken in getting a good product for our economy. Thank you.
To Mr. Narendra. Mr. Narendra does the most difficult and Herculean task of managing the jury meeting and ensuring that there is motor at the end of the jury meeting so that it finishes in time. So he has really purchased a very interesting motor for the entire jury meeting to make sure that we finish it in time.
All right, so what a great scene this is. I request all our photographers to please capture as many pictures as possible. So it's a rare moment, of course. It's really difficult to get everyone's time in here. So please click all the pictures. We can have the music continuing at the background, yeah.
We will start, right away. Yeah. Kate can come later. Thank you very much.
All right, so thank you all the juries. Cake is on its way to you all.
Please be here for first 2-3 awards. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, yes. So the moment is here, I'm sure.
Be seated down. And we can be seated. We will call the jury members to felicitate the awardees one by one.
So everyone, the moment is here, I'm sure. As we have so many leaders under this one roof from BFSI industry, and I'm sure you all are ready to receive the awards. The compendium will, of course, describe what the innovations are. But now I'll be starting taking the names of all our awardees. I request everyone, please do clap as you hear any name, right? Okay, so here we go. So first, as you see, we have our presenters already on stage. I would like to invite Mr. Mahesh Thakkar. Matthew Titus. Okay, is everybody ready? Here we start the Finnoviti 2022 Awards. I want to hear from all of you. Please show some excitement. Yes, I'm really happy to see the full house. Of course. Okay, then here we go. So here we begin the Finnoviti 2022 Awards, and the award goes to okay, and the award goes to Samunnati for their innovation Digital Agri Suite. Everybody, let's congratulate Samunnati. Very well done. Big congratulations. The innovation is Digital Agri Suite. Congratulations, Samunnati. The next award goes to Ambit Finvest Private Limited for the innovation, product innovation, SME lending. A big round of applause for Ambit Finvest Private Limited. The next award goes to Sri Ram Capital for blockchain for fixed deposits. Congratulations, Sri Ram Capital. The innovation is blockchain for fixed deposit. Congratulations. by the way. Let's support. Come on. The next award goes to Anand Rathi Share and Stockbrokers Limited for the innovation Kagaz. What a name. Beautiful name. Kagaz. Congratulations, Anand Rathi Share and Stockbrokers Limited. Award goes to Mitrata Inclusive Financial Services Private Limited for their. The next award goes to Kotak Securities Limited for their product Digital Transformation with Kotak NEO. Let's everybody congratulate Kotak Securities Limited. Their product is Digital Transformation with Kotak NEO. Okay, so on stage we have a Mitrata Inclusive Financial Services Private Limited and their product is Product Innovation. And now, the next award is for Kotak Securities Limited for the product Digital Transformation with Kotak NEO. Thank you, Mahesh sir, for doing the honors. Thank you very, very much. Now, I'd like to invite our other juries, Mr. M. Narendra, Mr. Anuj Bhargava, Mr. Monish Shah. Thank you. Everybody, round of applause for Chief Guest Somnesh sir. Thank you very much, sir, for being here with us, for doing the honors. All right, so here I announce the next award, and the next award goes to Bank of Baroda for their product BOB World. I don't know if I'm right if I say Bob World. Is it Bob World? Okay, it is Bob World. I'm not wrong. I would also like to request Matthew sir to please join us on stage for the award presentation ceremony. Everybody, Matthew sir on stage. Congratulations, Bank of Baroda. And the next award goes to State Bank of India for their product S-Score. A big round of applause, come on. The next award goes to Canara Bank for the product S-Score. Big round of applause for Canara Bank. India Bank is Centrally Sponsored Scheme Management, CSS. Moving on to the next award. The next award goes to Indian Bank for their product Technical Merger of Equals. Congratulations, Indian Bank. Thank you, Mr. M. Narendra, and thank you, Anand sir, for doing the honors. Thank you, Matthew sir. Now, everybody, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Ashwini Kumar and Sandeep sir. I would also like to invite Mr. Jitendra Agarwal, Ashwini Kumar sir, Sandeep Sonpatki sir, and Mr. Jitendra Agarwal. I request all three of you to kindly join us for the presentation ceremony. Moving on, and the next Finnoviti 2022 award goes to Union Bank of India for their product Union Digi Docs. Big round of applause, come on! Congratulations, the next award goes to RBL Bank for their product Diplomat app. Everybody, please applause for RBL Bank for their innovation Diplomat app. I request all our achievers, the award winners, to kindly stay back, for we'll be having a group photo after this whole session. After RBL Bank, the next award goes to South Indian Bank for their innovation robotic automation of merchant credit processing. Award goes to City Union Bank for their innovation UPI 123 Pay. Everybody, let's give a big round of applause for City Union Bank. Next award goes to Federal Bank for their innovation, Fed Studio. Congratulations, Federal Bank. And I would like to thank Ashwini Kumar sir, Sandeep sir for doing the honors. Thank you very much. And Naren sir, you can stay back. And I'd like to now invite on stage to present the awards Mr. Vijay Chug. I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Vijay Srinivas, Mr. Ravi Sheshadri. Once again, I'd like to invite Mr. Narendra to present the award. And the next award goes to Karur Vaisya Bank for their innovation, CERSAI CERSAI front end. I'm sure a lot of brainstorming would have gone behind deciding the names of their innovations. The next award goes to Axis Bank for their innovation Project Maximus. Congratulations, Axis Bank. The next award goes to DCB Bank for the Innovation Social Command Customer Center. S-Woo. I hope I'm saying it right. How's that? S-Woo. Yeah? S-O. All unique names. Congratulations, DCB Bank. The next award goes to Paytm Payments Bank for their innovation Digital Bank. Everybody, big round of applause for Paytm Payments Bank. I'd like to repeat once again, I request all the winners kindly stay back. We'll be having a group picture after this whole award session. I request Mr. Mahesh Thakkar to kindly join us in the presentation. Congratulations, Paytm Payments Bank, and we have with us Mr. Mahesh Thakkar joining us in the presentation ceremony. And now, the next award goes to Equitas Small Finance Bank for their innovation Equitas Digital Savings Account. Okay, moving on to the next one. The next award goes to Receivables Exchange of India, and they get this award for their innovation. Trade Receivables e-discounting system platform Trades. Big round of applause. Award goes to ICICI Lombard General Insurance for the innovation face scan. Okay, they're already there with a face scan. Come on everybody, let's welcome on stage ICICI Lombard General Insurance. Okay, so thank you our presenters for doing the honors. And now I'd like to invite on stage Monish sir to present the awards, Jitendra sir, and Mr. Anuj Bhargav sir, and Titus sir, you too. Okay, now the next award goes to SBI General Insurance Company for the innovation Best Claim Settlement. Award goes to Reliance Nippon Life Insurance for their innovation protection calculator. Wow, the name is unique. I'm sure the innovation is definitely unique. Let's give a round of applause and congratulate Reliance Nippon Life Insurance for their product protection calculator. The next award goes to Tata AIG General Insurance for their innovation motor claims fraud detection model. Everybody, let's congratulate Tata AIG General Insurance. next award goes to HDFC Argo General Insurance for their innovation, PIHU. Pihu. I really loved these unique names, the unique innovation names that you have kept, all the banks and insurance companies. Pihu. This is the right way to receive an award. The whole team should come on stage to pick the award. Round of applause, everybody, for HDFC Argo General Insurance. And the innovation is Pihu. The next award goes to Munich Re for their innovation, MR Capture. Team Munich Re, kindly come on stage and receive your award. The next award goes to HDFC Live for their innovation, Vision AI. Congratulations, HDFC Live. Now to present the next set of awards, I'd like to invite Mr. Mahesh Thakkarji once again on stage. The next award goes to Central Bank of India for their innovation digital initiatives in FI. We have a special prize to the ones who are clapping for all our award winners. So please do that. I hope at least this motivates you. And the next award goes to HDFC Bank for their products Cardless Journey for POS Partner on POS and Data Center Operations and Infra Management.
HDFC Bank has won 2 awards, so it is a super trophy for them. Kudos.
And the next award goes to IndusInd Bank for their innovation, Indus Code, and they have got 2 awards, right? Also for account aggregator. Everybody, big round of applause for IndusInd Bank. I think, ma'am, you're going to get that award for the person who is clapping throughout. I'll give you that award, special one. You remember I just announced, I'll give a special award to the person who's constantly clapping for the achievers, and you're doing it well, so I'll give that award to you. Yeah? Smile at least. Okay. Don't worry. I don't have any award, but I was just appreciating you. Okay. Congratulations, IndusInd Bank. And now, here at Finnoviti 2022, last but not the least award goes to, any guesses? Who's remaining here? Any guesses? Of course, it must be easy. Okay, let me only reveal it, and the award goes to IDBI Bank for their innovation, Soft Token. To tell you, this is an Editor's Choice Trophy which has been given to IDBI Bank for their innovation Soft Token. All right, so I'd like to invite on stage our presenter Jitendra Gwal sir. Jitendra sir, can we have you back on stage? We have 2 more awards to be presented. Yes, please. So yes, we have 2 Technoviti awards that we'll be presenting now. Can we change the backdrop? Can we put the Technoviti for a moment, please? We just have 2 Technoviti awards. And once again, I request all the Finnoviti 2022 award winners kindly stay back. We'll be having a group picture now. Technoviti, possible? Okay. So once again, congratulations to all the winners out here. I'm sure you would have put a lot of hard work and you've earned, the fruits of your hard work. And now, we'll be announcing 2 more awards. That's Technoviti Awards. Okay. In Technoviti 2022, this award goes to Simple CRM for their innovation, Simple CRM. Are they around? Yeah, we have them. Please, everybody! Why? What's the issue? Thank you. Congratulations. The next award, the next Technoviti award goes to Epic Indifi Software and Solutions for their innovation Collect.easy. Everybody, here we have the Epic Indifi team.
Hello.
Congratulations.
Hello.
Epic Indie team.
The last two participants, Epic Indifi and Simple CRM, were not able to take their flight in the morning, so they had to come a little late. So we had to accommodate their awards in the Technoviti Awards. Great, friends. I think that is the end of the distribution of awards. And now we would like to invite, at least ask everyone, the award winners, 1 or 2 members per team, to please come to the stage so that we can take a group photo from every award winning team. Please do join us on the stage so that we can have an award winners photograph. And also our honorable jury members, please do join us on the stage. May I request all the jury members to come. One set of people can also stand below.
We would also like Team Deloitte to join us in this group photo. I can clearly see almost the whole BFSI industry in this picture. This is a real, in literal terms, this is an expensive picture.
One line of people can also
Oh my God, what a wonderful moment. A round of applause to all our Finnoviti Award winners. Big round of applause, congratulations. Everybody, 3 cheers for Finnoviti Award winners. Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! I don't want to miss this opportunity. Can somebody click me also? Please, please, please!
You should also stand there in between. You should also be there.
Yes, yes, yes. Okay, okay. Please click a picture. I don't want to be... Yeah, better. Please.
Ashish, please come. Can I request Team Banking Frontiers also to be there?
All right. Congratulations. Thank you, everybody. As I said earlier, in this picture, you can see the whole BFSI industry. What a power-packed frame that was. And yes, you can go ahead for more pictures, the solo pictures. And
we have a Finnoviti wall outside where you can also take the pictures of Finnoviti wall just outside the reception area. There is a Finnoviti and a Technoviti wall where you can take your pictures. May I request Manoj for a word of thanks, please.
Thank you, everyone. Wonderful session. Wonderful to see you all again after a gap of 2 years. May I invite the Banking Frontiers team to join me on the stage. Banking Frontiers team, please join me on the stage. All team members from Banking Frontiers, please come up on the dais. Mehul, Pramod, Ashish is here.
Thanks to you. You did a wonderful job.
Who else is here from Banking Frontiers?
थोड़ा एनर्जी बढ़ा
Kailash.
एनर्जी बढ़ा दिया
अपने कहाँ है Banking
मेरा
Frontiers
काम
वाले
आसान
सब?
हो गया आशीष के साथ
रोहित.
इसका फोटो किधर से है
Okay, now I request the whole Banking Frontiers team kindly come on stage for a group photo. Well done, team. Great job, of course.
He is the guy from second
And
Finnoviti
everybody,
order, first
it's
Finnoviti.
time that we celebrate this moment. We celebrate our success. Be here, meet people.
Yes, sir.
हाँ हाँ टीम बैंकिंग फ्रंटियर्स को बुला लो. May I
टीम
request?
बैंकिंग फ्रंटियर्स, आप लोग जिधर भी हैं, जिस कॉर्नर में भी है, जल्दी से भाग कर आ जाइए. We're calling all of you for a group photo. Congratulations to the whole team Banking Frontiers for the very successful Finnoviti and Technoviti Awards 2022. Very well done. Please. So everybody, you already know, now the party begins. The magical 4 words that will bring smile on your face. And I can see people already smiling. The bar is open. So yes, the party begins. Please go near the bar, grab your drinks. Smile everybody, yes, yes. Thank you. 3 cheers for Banking Frontiers. Hip hip. And at least say hooray for yourself. Hip hip. Hip hip. Whoa. Thank you, Manoj sir. Thank you, Babu sir, for having me. It was wonderful working with you. Thank you so much.